trying to get in to the room still. All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trading Capital's daily live stream of the market open. What we are approaching today is one of the potential most important pivotal moments in the market. We have the FOMC rate hike decision later today, as well as the press conference from Jerome Powell. So a lot is riding on this. Right away, I'm looking at some shorts on the S&P and the indices, but I am looking at a potential long trade on CGC. So Canopy Growth has actually been selling off quite substantially, but I am looking to potentially go long CGC for a quick little bit of a day trade scalp. We have some support that we are coming into. A couple key trend lines here. So let's watch CGC on watch very long, and then shorts on the SPY. So you did have PPI data that came out. It pushed the dollar up, then down, and down, and then up. And basically it's flipped all the indices green. You do have weakness in Tesla, though, on the back of a recall. So that one's looking like it's a short trade all day long. So what I'm looking at on Tesla is you have triggered this head and shoulders on the hourly chart. And we are net short via swing trade with my members. I put a free video on my YouTube channel discussing this potential pattern, and we are playing out really, really well. So basically most of the pops on Tesla are likely a fade opportunity. Okay, so Tesla is a fade opportunity, a short. CGC is a potential long. This is going to be a 1/4 size. If we flush down into this pivot zone right here, into this confluence of trend lines, we'll start accumulating CGC on the long side. But I am looking at shorts on. All right, markets are set to open very, very shortly. The SPY is basically just slightly positive, so are the Qs, so is the Russell 2000. Bitcoin has actually back to the negative side. Tesla's down 1.2, NVIDIA is down 0.112. You have strength in Apple. AMD is continuing to hold up. We'll just see how things shape up here. Our markets are open here. Markets are open, I repeat. Keep CGC on your radar. S&P is falling just a little bit more now. All right, CGC is coming down, so let's wait until it hits this trend line here. It's tempting to go long here. I am seeing the Qs still holding most of the gap up, so that is a fade opportunity on the Qs. let's go QQQ. If we hit 400 on the Qs, we're shorting it. If we hit 400 on the Qs, we are absolutely shorting it. And I'll let you know we're 8 cents away. All right, QQQ 400 just hit. I just got filled on a short. QQQ 400 just hit. I just got filled on a short. That's a 1/4 position short to Qs at 400, even number. Let's see how I'm going to add basically every 50 cents higher. So I'll flip back to Canopy. Canopy is getting a nice little boost off of the lows here. Definitely a good little price action for Canopy. SPY is coming down, but Megacap Tech is pushing up. All right, I'm picking up a Tesla short if we push up to 235 again. If we push up to 235, I will look at a Tesla short again. So QQQ, we're still just waiting on the Qs to potentially pull back here. AMD looks to be coming down just a little bit here. So you have some weakness creeping into the semis now. Still short the Qs. We're almost going to add to the Qs again. We will almost add to the QQQ again. Tesla, all right, I'm shorting Tesla 235.74. 235.74 on Tesla short. Starter position 235.74 short Tesla. Still holding the QQQ short as well. And markets are still in rally mode from yesterday. It was absolutely ripping. Dollar's trying to also move up just a little bit here. Qs are now coming in just a little bit, still holding short the Qs. You're seeing Microsoft starting to fade from the highs. Big bounce coming in on Tesla, is almost filling its gap. I will add to Tesla at gap fill, call it 237 Pierce, a 237 Pierce, and I will add to Tesla. So at gap fill, we will add to Tesla. It's trying to flip to the green here. All right, you're seeing weakness in Google now, but strength in Meta. Oil's down, natural gas is trying to bounce off of this low, creating a little bit of a higher low potential. Still interested in CGC potentially. All right, Tesla's about to hit that gap fill for our second entry. So let that pierce that 237 level. Still short the Qs, only a 1/4 position. The dollar has softened, which is why markets are getting a nice little bid here. Leading the charge, NVIDIA. Google's coming in though. So watch for some weakness creep into potentially Meta if Google's seeing some weakness. All right, we're almost at the next entry on the Qs. All right, I just got filled there, 400.52. And Tesla's coming up into our next ad level as well. So QQQ. 400.52 brings my average to 400.25. Tesla never filled that gap, so we're still just waiting on it. Still just waiting on Tesla. AMD looks like an interesting short here too. Alright, CGC, I'm going to try a bounce trade on CGC right here. Going long canopy growth here at 55 cents. 55 cents, CGC. So we're long right here at 55 cents. Alright, let's see what action we can get. The Qs are still trying to push up. And lighten your share size on CGC because it is a high risk play. Do not go all in. You know, next ad level down here on the daily chart. Whoops. You can see that CGC is coming up into some support here, right on that trend line. Sorry, my keyboard's acting sticky today. Whoa. Alright, I'm going to add to CGC here at 5308, 5380, 5380. And you can see we are bleeding lower here. Qs are still holding strong. Next ad level in the Qs is 401. So 401 pierce or higher on the Qs. And then basically the next ad level on the CGC is down here at 51 cents. Tesla, I'm still holding short Tesla. Apple's pushing up for a new high, which is why the Q. So we're rallying into the Fed meeting here. But Bitcoin's under pressure. So is Coinbase. AMD's seeing some weakness. So it's really the Magnificent Seven now running higher here. So AMD's reversing, still holding Q short, Tesla short, Q short, we're out of the money. The Russell's actually starting to weaken a little bit. So the Russell 2000 is starting to weaken. A little bit of a divergence. We're approaching that 5150 level there. I just got filled on that flush there. 5150, pretty much right at the lows off of that trend line. So it brings my average well down here, almost flat in the money just with that bounce on CGC. Qs are still hovering at the highs. Look at that big bounce coming in the Qs. Or sorry, CGC. Come on, canopy growth, get that bounce. Qs are starting to come in now, just a little bit. NVIDIA is still at the highs of the session. So it's acting well. Alright, big bounce coming in canopy growth here. I am going to look to basically secure some profits. So I just took some profits there at 0.667, so 1.27% gain there on Canopy. I do think there's a little bit more upside, but I did take profits at that 53.37 level. So a nice little trade there on Canopy growth. So I did exit at that 53.37. Okay. Let's flip back to our QQQ, still holding a Tesla short and a Q short. Take a look at our Tesla short. The hourly chart on the Qs is just incredibly overbought. But you still have NVIDIA marching. Now, if Canopy flushed to the 50-cent Pierce level, we will potentially go for another little long trade. Oracle's down again today. Apple's up. Pfizer's getting hit pretty hard. Pfizer is getting hit pretty hard. I'm going to take a short on the IWM. So I'm still holding that Tesla short. I'm just going to take a 187.06 short on the Russell. 187.06 short on the Russell. I am still holding a SPY short from a couple days ago. That's okay. So 187.06 short the IWM. 187.06 short the IWM. So we're holding a Tesla short, which is working out nicely. I gave you that one pre-market. So Tesla, we're actually up quite substantially here. It is trying to bounce here, putting in a little bit of a higher low. You can see that Tesla tried coming up to fill that gap, but got rejected. So that could be a little bit of a bearish trend starting in Tesla. We'll just watch that closely. But Apple's remaining resilient. No sell side pressure on Apple. You have strength across the semis. AMD is starting to fall here just a little bit. The dollar's starting to push up. So AMD looks like another short now. It's gone negative on the session. So maybe some more weakness is about to start creeping into the QQQ here. Qs are now coming in a little bit hotter. So we're basically flat on our trade. That's good to see. We're just slowly inching in here, accumulating for this potential pullback. Again, weakness in Tesla is dragging down the consumer discretionaries. Look for sympathy in Amazon. Since Tesla's so weak, Amazon should see some lower price action. Qs are getting a little bit of a bounce here. Just trying to see if there's any other trades that I'm eyeing up that I like on the long side. Just bear with. You have natural gas struggling. Oil's actually bouncing just a little bit here. Our Qs are starting to come in another little bit here. We're just waiting on this trade. Still interested in potentially a Canopy growth. It's down 23.3. Meta's up 1. Boeing's up 0.5%. Boeing might be another short trade as well. Let's take a look at this BA. It's just been an absolute powerhouse stock. Actually, yeah, I'm going to grab some Boeing shorts and use the stop loss as the high of day. So 250.11 short Boeing, 250.11 short Boeing. So 1/4 position. Basically, my stop is going to be a 1-minute close above the high from yesterday. Qs are now coming in some more. NVIDIA is still remaining strong. Tesla short, we're in the money nicely. You're seeing weakness creep into Amazon as well. Big fall on Pfizer again. Let's look to see how the QQQ trade is doing. So QQQs have a lot of potential downside to that gap just to go flat on the session. We'll see if that comes to pass. Tesla's still coming down. Qs are falling a little bit more now. So we're short Tesla, short Boeing, short the Qs. We had a long trade on Canopy Growth, which we banked on, gave you that pre-market. So everyone should have caught that trade as well. Qs are still falling. Tesla's still falling. We have a Russell short. We're in the money. A QQQ short. All right. Because the Qs are the strongest indice, I am just going to look to take some profits here. 399.90. I just covered the Qs at 399.90. We still have the Tesla short, the Russell short. So let's look at TSLA. It is getting a nice big bid to the upside here. The Russell also got a big candle there. To the upside, it flipped back to the green. So the Russell, the dollar's also flipped green. So that's a little bit of a divergence that is potentially occurring. Still holding this Tesla short, Russell short. I'm going to add to the Russell short at 187.50 or higher. So just keep that on your watch, 187.50 or higher. SPY is potentially losing pre-market lows, so SPY also becomes another short trade. So we're still holding this Tesla. If you look at the SPY, we're actually just fighting that pre-market low, which we're getting rejected on. Potentially a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern on the SPY starting here on the 1 minute chart. We could see a move down on the SPY. Basically, it would take it negative. You have all indices up right now. The VIX is also green. Bitcoin's slightly red. Coin's slightly red. We have a Boeing short. We have our TNA or a Russell 2000 short. We took profits on our Qs. We're still holding a Tesla short. All right, I'm going to also try to potentially bottom pick Pfizer here. It looks interesting for you. A little bit of a trade here. Still holding Tesla short, still holding Russell short. Haven't added to the positions, haven't trimmed yet. Let's look at this Pfizer trade. Let's see if we can get a long trade on Pfizer. All right, I'm going to go long here, 25.90 on Pfizer, 25.90 long on Pfizer. It's a starter position, 25.90 long Pfizer. Still short the Q, or still short Tesla, still short the Russell, and short Boeing. So you do have the 10-year, the 2-year, and the 30-year all down. The dollar's tech. If we look at the Russell, that is starting to potentially roll over just a little bit more. We are in the money on that little short trade, but we're gonna watch it closely. It's just a starter position. Tesla making new lows here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put an in the money stop on Tesla right there at 235.29. We just want to protect that Tesla trade. Still have a Boeing short, which we're basically in the money. Have a Pfizer long. So let's keep a look at our Pfizer. You know what? I am seeing a little bit of a bounce coming in the indices, but let's just see if it holds up. Pfizer's starting to push up a little bit. That's good to see. Google's still selling a little bit. Tesla's at the lows. All right. I may cover Tesla here. I'm watching this candle closely, seeing the volume. It's not that convincing volume yet. SPY is still under some pressure. Come on, Tesla, flush it. Tesla has triggered that hourly head and shoulders, which we want to be cautious and mindful of. Downside target takes you all the way down to about 213 on the chart. All right, I'm gonna cover Tesla here. I'm just covered Tesla 234.24. So boom, it's a beautiful gain. Any pop up to the high side, we can look to short it again. But I just want to take some profits there. I'm still holding a Russell 2000 short, a Pfizer long, and a Russell and a Boeing short. So look at Pfizer. We're in the money about by 9 cents. Boeing is also under pressure still. I am interested in shorting Tesla again if we get a pop. Maybe the Qs as well. But Tesla's definitely the weakest mega cap. You have the majority of them all green. Let me just double check that. Yeah, Meta's green. All right, Pfizer's coming right back in. Still holding a Russell 2000 short. We are in the money by about 8 cents there and counting. Sorry, 16 cents. With that big fall there. Pfizer long still. Let's flip back to our IWM short. Tesla's making new lows on the session. I repeat, Tesla is making new lows on the session. NVIDIA is trying to recapture a little bit of a pivot zone here. So I could see support on the Russell 2000. I could see us flushing all the way down to about 186.20-ish. Still holding that Pfizer long. Still holding a TNA or a Russell 2000 short. And Pfizer's moving up nicely. Pfizer is moving up nicely. I'm still seeing weakness in Amazon. Let's take a look at this SPRC. All right, guys, high risk opportunity here. High risk opportunity. SPRC. High risk opportunity. I'm looking at a long trigger here. I'm looking at a long trigger. We get a close above this pivot, and we could be on for a little bit of a breakout to the upside here. We'll have some resistance here. Resistance there. But this one's looking like a potential long trade. It's breaking and basing. Still holding on to my Russell short. My Boeing short. All right, I'm going to go long SPRC 652. 652 I got filled. 652. Adjust your share size accordingly because this is super, super risky. But this stock is seeing some momentum. And basically, I will add to the position back here and small share size. If we get a close below this pivot, I stop out. But I will add to the position. down here. And again, this is super risky, this particular play, because it is a little bit of a smaller micro cap company, but we are seeing some potential move higher here. All right, we're starting to move up. We're starting to move up. Coin is weakening, still holding that Pfizer long. Qs are coming in, the Russell's coming in, Tesla's weak, Google's about to go negative. Natural gas has caught a nice little bounce off of the lows. You have the dollar still holding on to positive gains. Still holding a PFE long, a Pfizer long, which we're in the money by about 14 cents. And I am actually going to trim my Pfizer here, 26.07. I just took profits on Pfizer at 26.07. So we just banked a nice little trade on that. So 26.07, I just exited there at that top wick on Pfizer PFE for another beautiful little trade there. We could come down and create a right shoulder and then a potential inverted head and shoulders pattern. Let's take a look at Boeing. We're flat on Boeing. We're in the money on our Russell. SPRC. Still holding a long trade on SPRC. All right, I'm going to add to my SPRC here at the 624 if we get down below there. But again, the stop loss on the trade is breaking below this pivot. And again, this is a small sized position. Very small. All right, so I did just add to the position, 624. One more entry I'll add at 583, still holding a Russell short. NVIDIA's moving sky high here. All right, I'm going to add right here to the position, 587. My average now is 607 on the position. And basically now I'm just going to implement a hard stop on the trade. A hard stop is on the trade. All right, we're getting a nice bounce here. Come on. Wick it up. Wick it up. If we wick that back up to the highs, that's over 11%. Come on, the volume is huge on this candle. The volume is huge. All right, just like that, we're back in the money. Come on. Push up there. Push up. Still holding a Boeing short, a Russell 2000 short. I'm actually going to trim half of my Russell here at 186.63, 186.63, and I'm going to leave half of it running. Come on, side park. So I'm just keeping this one on because it's super volatile, but I did trim half of my Russell at 186.63, and then I'm putting a in the money stop located at 186.90. Okay, so we have a protection on the Russell trade after we just took profits. I'm still holding a Boeing short. So we've made money on a Canopy Growth long. We've made money on a Pfizer long. We've made money on a QQQ short. We've made money on a Russell 2000 short. We've made money on a Tesla short. Okay, so we've already started to bank quite a bit. It is Jerome Powell this morning. Watch for this continuation move potential. Tesla's down 1.7. NVIDIA's just ripping here. Sky high ripper on NVIDIA. I'm looking at Pfizer again for a long potential. Just watching that closely. Bitcoin's trying to move up. Meta's still acting well. All right, this SPRC is right back at our level. Remember, keep that stop tight because this one is super, super volatile and risky. Boeing is starting to move up again. Boeing is moving up again. I'm going to add to Boeing. Basically, if we get above 251, I'll add to Boeing. 251 or higher, I will add to Boeing. Qs are still getting a big bounce. The Russell's got a big bounce off of that level that we covered at. Canopy growth is still getting demolished. Natural gas is up 2.36%. Boeing's pushing up. This trade might stop us out for a loss. Still technically holding. Bitcoin's getting a nice little pop to the upside there. SPY is still being rejected at that pre-market low. So that's obviously a bearish side of the S&P 500 being challenged. NVDA is still ripping higher here. So just be careful, we may get stopped out of that. I'm just going to show you the S&P 500 here. The SPY has basically triggered that neckline, retesting it right now as we speak. Will we break? Or will we get above it? Whoa, Bitcoin's popping here. Bitcoin is getting a pop. Not too sure why, but Bitcoin is getting a big, big pop to the high side. So Bitcoin's popping here. It's into a little bit of resistance. But it's amazing how it's popping right before that FOMC rate decision. A lot of market exuberance. Still holding SPRC, still holding a Boeing short. We got stopped out on our Russell 2000 second half there for an in-the-money profit. It's right back to our short entry. I am actually interested in reshorting the QQQ, but I'm just going to wait a little bit longer here. So Bitcoin getting a really big pop here. Still holding that Boeing short. Still holding that SPRC long. Which it's probably going to stop us out here momentarily. Pfizer, I'm still interested in maybe accumulating Pfizer again. Tesla's still down quite substantially on the session. Amazon's just holding on to positive gains. Uber's seeing heavy volume today. So is Palantir. Big push on the S&P coming into play. So that neckline is looking to be negated. We haven't got a close above it, but it is looking like it's going to negate it. Right now it did negate it. You're still under pre-market low, so it's still technically a short on SPY. I'm going to buy SDS right here. I am going to buy SDS, which is a leveraged short on the spiders. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to wait patiently here because I still have that Boeing trade right now and that SPRC, which it's about to potentially stop us out. But we still have this Boeing trade. And I am looking at Pfizer again on the long side. I'm just watching it closely. Apple's starting to curl to the high side here. So Apple is curling to the high side. We are short Boeing. We are long SPRC. And those are really the only trades we have at the moment on the market. SPY is tapping pre-market low. This is technically a short. 464.50 is a short on the SPY right now, but we just want to make sure that you don't get a close back above this pre-market. You're fighting this pre-market low level. You can see it in yellow. That is your pre-market low. Actually, I stand corrected. Your pre-market low is 464.42. That changes a lot of dynamics because we're actually above that right now. So my apologies. I did have the wrong pre-market low. I am seeing the Dixie starting to push up here. So the Dixie's starting to push up. Pfizer's potentially forming an inverted head and shoulders. Watch for a potential breakout. All right, let's go long Pfizer, long PFE again here at 2604. 2604 again. It's a 1/5 position, but long Pfizer at 2604. 2604. We already traded this once today. So we're long Pfizer at 2604. Dixie bull flag on the 10-minute trying to break up. And why I'm going long Pfizer again here. So we're long at 2604 for a starter position. It's 1/4. But what I'm seeing here is you checked back to form that right shoulder. And now you're potentially trying to break out of this little mini inverse head and shoulders on Pfizer. So you are trying to break out here on Pfizer. Upside takes you to 2644. I am seeing weakness creeping back into the Russell 2000. Dollar bull flag also potentially still holding a Boeing short, which we're in the money. Pfizer's breaking out here nicely. I'm still holding that SPRC long 607. We're down 5 cents on the trade. Look at this move on Pfizer. Come on, Pfizer. Get above your pre-market low, and then it's off to the races. All right, we have the markets moving up. The dollar's also moving up, so the dollar's back up 0.9%. That gas is positive. Oil's up 0.5%. Pfizer's still trying to push up, so we're holding 3 positions right now. Day trades, 3 day trade positions. Microsoft is continuing. It looks like it wants to bleed right into its gap fill. Pfizer's pushing up here. Look at this move on Pfizer. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. You do have all indices still green, holding the gap up. The Russell did flip to the negative side momentarily there. Just briefly it flipped negative, but it is holding up now. Pfizer's starting to see some profit taking occurring. Still holding a Boeing short. Bitcoin's moving up. You do have the VIX positive with the markets positive, so downside protection is being accumulated before this Fed meeting. We can certainly observe that in the charts with the VIX being positive. All right, big down candle there on Pfizer. Unfortunately, this may be a failed breakout. It's only a starter position, so I am interested in accumulating more Basically, I'll look to accumulate more at the 25.90, and then potentially the double bottom low or a pierce of double bottom. Let's flip back to our Boeing trades, our BA. Boeing, that's trying to move up. Watch to see if we form a right shoulder. Let's flip back to the SPY. SPY also moving up here. All right, SPRC is moving up nicely too. So that's looking positive at this point in time. Let's see if we can get a push back up to 636. And then if we can get a close above 636, that would be a really good sign. Pfizer's coming in, so get ready to add to Pfizer at 25.90. We're 3 cents away. It's coming in pretty sharply here. Pfizer at 25.90. So right now we have the IWM up 0.6%, the SPY at 0.12, QQQ above that 400 level up 0.37%. We took profits on our Qs, we took profits on our Tesla, we took profits on Canopy Growth. We've traded Pfizer once, we're holding Pfizer again on the long side, we're holding SPRC on the long side, and we're holding a Boeing short. So Bitcoin's still moving up, getting a big pop despite the US dollar also acting well. Tesla's still putting in bearish consolidation. It looks like it wants to move lower on us. So Tesla's still a short. If the markets fall, Tesla really hasn't gotten a bounce. And it makes me want to short Tesla again off of that recall. You are putting in some 5-minute bearish consolidation. And now NVIDIA is starting to come in from the highs. SPRC is moving up. Come on, SPRC. Get your butt up there. We're up 1.69%, but I want more because this is a super speculative trade. But it's a small position size, but we don't have to have much of a move on this name for it to yield very good positive results. All right, take a look at SPRC and Pfizer. Pfizer's back in the green on the trade. SPRC is moving up. Come on, baby. Pump it, pump it, pump it. Let's pump it. Rock bottom. Down as a QQ SPY as we are now on top, so I'm going with the crowd, going for sell. I like swimming against the market flow. Yeah, I mean, the markets have certainly had a run. They're rock bottom, and it's probably due for a pullback. Certainly the risk to reward favors the downside. Looking at Pfizer, it is continuing to climb SPRC. So actually, we'll put it in the money at 608 on SPRC, and then we have a break even on Pfizer. We have a break even on Pfizer. Okay, but Pfizer is moving up. You can argue to say you have a new neckline potential, which is triggering as we speak. So I've got a break-even stop. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put an in-the-money stop right there at 26. Actually, I'll put it here at 26.10. So we're protecting the trade by 6 cents. That SPRC is moving up here. Pfizer's trying to push up. Now we're seeing a little bit of weakness potentially coming into the Qs from NVIDIA. Come on, SPRC. Get your butt up there. Get your butt up there. Come on. Come on. We have an in-the-money stop. 1 cent protection because this one could just flip on us. Pfizer's continuing to break, guys. Pfizer is continuing to break up here. This is looking positive. I'm still holding a Boeing short. All right, I'm going to short Tesla again if it hits 233.75, which we're about 20 cents away. 20 cents away. Bitcoin's still pushing up here to the high side. All right, big push coming into Pfizer. We have a big green sticks coming into Pfizer here. We are moving up nicely. Come on, Pfizer. And I'm going to actually move my stop now up to 26.13. So we're locking in at least 11 cents per share. SPRC just stopped me out there for a 1 cent gain. I repeat, SPRC just stopped me out for a 1 cent gain. So I thought this was going to be a little bit more of a mover, but I'm not liking this potential pattern that's unfolding. You know, it is looking like more of a short up at this level. So we'll see. But we just got stopped out of that trade. Still holding a Boeing short and a Pfizer long. And I'm interested in potentially looking at some other trades here. Some things that interest me are maybe Apple, because it is rejecting at that double top right now as we speak. Another stock I like is XOM. I'm going to trade XOM on the long side here as well. XOM, I'm going long XOM here. Full disclosure, I do hold swings, but this is a day trade. Long here at 97.86. Long XOM. I am seeing oil and nat gas firming up today, which puts it into the perspective that we should see XOM move up. So 96.86. Long XOM. Just going to mute that one. Qs and SPY. SPY is looking to put in a new high of day. It is actually moving up to the new high of day on the SPY. Pfizer may stop us out. Bitcoin's making another move to the high side here. Bitcoin is looking strong and it is surging. Coinbase has gone from red to green, now a 0.8% on the session. Remember, we have Jerome Powell still to come. Jerome Powell is set to give his press conference speech. Still holding a Boeing short, an XOM long, and a Pfizer long. We are in the money with a stop loss on Pfizer at 26.14. 26.14 stop on Pfizer. We're about 4 cents away from triggering. 3 cents out of the money on XOM, but I am seeing a potential inverse head and shoulders on XOM. You can see if we clear and break this neckline today, which you can arguably say we got a retest here and we have broken it, should see a fairly big move in XOM. You know, back up to about 98 bucks, 98.06, give or take. All right, Pfizer just stopped me out there at 26.14 for a 10-cent gain on the trade. Sorry, a 14-cent gain. Pfizer did just stop me out for a 14-cent gain on the trade there. We put that stop loss in protection. Sorry, it was only a 9-cent win. But we did get stopped out there. So now we just have 2 trades on the books, a long on XOM and a short on Boeing. So we'll watch Boeing. Boeing's still just not really cooperating that well. QQQ is trying to push back up, back to our original short entry. I am interested in a QQQ short again. Right here at 400.32, I just shorted the Qs, 400.32. 400.32. So we played that short once, and now I'm short again. I will add to the Qs if we push all the way up to double top, okay? So we're short the Qs, we're short Boeing, and we're long XOM. XOM is coming in a little bit more now. In terms of where I would consider adding to the position on XOM, if XOM came down into the 97.70-ish area, 97.66, call it 20 cents lower on XOM, we'll add to the position. 20 cents lower on XOM will add to the position. So basically, if we flush down into the 97.67-ish level, 97.66 level, we will add. All right, I'm going to short Snapchat as well. 1609 short snap, SNAP short at 1609. Whoa, big dip down there on XOM. You can see that we do have a little bit of support, and I still think we're forming this inverted head and shoulders on XOM. You could see it on the 10-minute chart nicely. We're potentially carving out this right shoulder as we speak. So we don't want to get shaken out at all. Again, basically I'll add to the XOM position at the lows there. Bitcoin's still moving up well. But SPY is holding most of the gains here. Still holding a Boeing short, a Snapchat short at 1609. I could see Snap actually going back to the negative side today, all the way back down to about 1586-ish. All right, NVIDIA, Apple's trying to curl back up. Tesla's trying to curl back up. Still bearish consolidation on Tesla. It's putting in a little bit of a rising wedge bear flag. Indices are strong, so therefore it is trying to move up. You still have Bitcoin up 1%, Tesla down 1.4, NVIDIA up 1.6, Apple up 0.89. Yields are all negative. VIX is green, so still downside protection being bought on the VIX ahead of the Fed. Obviously, we have the FOMC rate decision today, as well as the press conference from Jerome Powell. So there should be a lot of extra volatility that creeps into the play. All right, how do the stocks continue to go up and up? You know, there's an old saying that markets can stay irrational longer than you can stay solvent. So, your comment there, RW, is a perfect example of what's going on and why you need to show position management and not over leveraging yourself in any specific trade. Another example is in natural gas. That one's gone lower and lower and lower than a lot of participants have thought. So you just need to exercise position management and basically knowing when to stop the bleeding and cut off the loss. But definitely it's impressive this March. I mean, what are we at? 8 weeks up in a row? And you've had energy being slaughtered. That's one of the big reasons too we've gone up so high. If you look at natural gas and oil, they've just been obliterated. The S&P loves that. Cheaper direct costs. All right, back to the charts. So we're still just waiting on Boeing. We have a short on Boeing, and we have a long trade or short on Snap and a long trade on XOM, and a short on the QQQ. So we're slightly out of the money on XOM. It's just a starter position. Let me put this 1-minute chart on. You have a little bit of a mini inverted head and shoulders, but there's a much larger one at play that I'm looking at. We did also short Snapchat at 1609. Waiting on that. Snapchat basically is teetering on the knife edge of breaking this little uptrend. Qs are coming in, so we shorted the Qs right at the top level there. We're out of the money on our Boeing, flat on our Snap. Now we're seeing semis starting to weaken here, so this could be the next little downdraft in the markets. I do anticipate profit taking as we head into that FOMC decision. You know, I'm finding it very hard pressed to think market participants are actually going to hold the majority of these longs and not take profit up here ahead of this massive meeting. NVIDIA is starting to roll over now. XOM is looking a little weak. Oil's still up nicely on the session, so I do anticipate energy stocks to catch a bid, considering they've been beaten up pretty substantially here. Still holding this QQQ short, holding a Boeing short, starter position snap short, XOM long. All right, XOM is trying to put in that 1 minute inverse head and shoulders to break out. Let's watch it closely because it is potentially on watch for a breakout. Still holding snap short, QQQ short, XOM long, and a Boeing short. All right, so now we're seeing Bitcoin running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Bitcoin is running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Another interesting dynamic is silver's gone negative, gold positive. So what that's telling me is maybe silver sellers know a dollar spike is going to happen today. Come on, Qs. Just look how extended the Qs are on the hourly chart. I mean, look at that move to the high side. What an impressive move, to say the least. And I'm just going to take this time to talk my own book. Definitely visit tradingcapital.ca, where I run my swing trading, day trading service. I track insider buying and selling. And I also post daily analysis videos basically at the end of each market session. And I do a lot of weekly sector reviews, which are great for investors. It kind of dictates and tracks the flow of money in the market. But this QQQ chart is just extraordinary. We're just shy of the all-time highs on the Qs, definitely creating a little bit of FOMO for anyone that did not enter in on the trade. So now I'm seeing the Russell turn back to the negative side. So the Russell 2000 is actually becoming a short. You can do it through the IWM. You can do it through a levered product, the TNA. So the Russell's breaking. I am actually going to grab some shorts on the Russell at 186.86. 186.86 is a starter position. Still holding a snap short. Look at this pop on XOM. This is really good to see for our long trade. We are trying to break out of this little inverse here. And you can see that there's quite a bit of upside off of this little micro pattern here. So we are long XOM here. Let's get ready to rock here. Come on, XOM, squeeze. And then what's interesting is inside of this 1 minute chart pattern, we do have another potential inverse head and shoulders. And if you trigger that one, you could actually see a move in XOM all the way up to about 99 bucks. That would be exceptional. Remember, markets are always forward looking. You know, inflation has been coming down, trending down on the headline number, not the month over month, but the headline number has been trending down. I'm just going to grab my charger really quickly. Just give me 1 second. All right, I'm back here. So, Apple's just making a new high. Tesla looking like it's putting in a bear flag to go lower. Nvidia's at the highs. Google's almost to the flat side. Meta's holding up 0.5%. Amazon's up 0.37%. I expect Amazon to weaken here in the trend. XOM is breaking up nicely. This is a beautiful, beautiful long trade that we are in. So congrats if you're actually taking that with us right now. RW, I'm getting crushed on the semis. I'm in big SOXS. You know what? I'm also in big, but I still have a little bit of maneuverability to add to the position. If it goes higher, there's always a chance there, RW, that it can go higher. Things are in like a melt up mode, kind of a FOMO state. People thinking the Fed is at the end of the hiking cycle, that maybe liquidity and low rates are coming back. We're just off of those all-time high prices, so people are chasing up here. So the market is in some sort of exuberance. I'm also short semis, full disclosure, but you have to leave yourself maneuverability to add in the event that things just keep squeezing. And they can. They absolutely can. There's no reason that the market has to fall right now other than it's overbought into technical resistance. We need a catalyst. Right now, we just don't have one. We may have one at 2 o'clock with Powell. We may have one when the rate hike decision comes. But until that catalyst comes, markets are kind of just in this exuberant rally float mode. Again, we're still shorting the QQQ here via day trade. We're basically potentially looking at a lower high here. We need to look for a lower low. Can we take out? And I am seeing a little bit of a head and shoulders pattern here, which is technically breaking right now. Look at that nice little break on volume. Downside should give you to 399 and probably even a new low. So we are still holding a snap short. XOM long and a Boeing short. BA is the ticker. I'm not really seeing anything else right now. Dixie's still at 0.8%. VIX is still being bought. Let's do some mega cap checks here. We have Tesla, the one mega cap, and United Health and J&J down. The Magnificent 7 or Magnificent 6 are holding up relatively okay. You do have copper down today, lumber up, Dow is down. In terms of the sectors that are red on the session right now, we do have some weakness in this market. You have XLY down on the back of Tesla, and you have industrials and energy also down, and materials. So you have 4 sectors red. XOM is looking to do a retrace here. You got wicked back above the neckline, so potentially you might see another little flusher come into play here. All right, so XOM got a pretty big down candle there. And honestly, I would not be surprised if markets tried floating up into the Fed meeting. Markets tend to climb the wall of worry and react later. But no question, we are overbought to a high, high degree. All right, S&P is pushing up. Dollar's also pushing up. So is crypto. Still holding my Q short. We're basically break even flat. A Russell 2000 short. We're flat. Snapchat, we're slightly out of the money. XOM long, we're slightly out of the money. And a Boeing trade, we're basically just flat on. All right, so we're seeing natural gas pull off from the highs. So is oil. Heavy volume on oil coming in at this level. Snapchat, I'm looking to add to my position at 1620 or above. 1620 or above. All right, new high of day for the S&P. New 52-week high for the S&P. Just gone absolutely parabolic. Still below pre-market low. QQQ has not made a new high yet. QQQ has not made a new high yet, but the S&P has. Bitcoin's pushing up. So since the Qs did not make a new high there, you're obviously seeing a little bit more strength in, even though the Qs are up higher, you're seeing some strength creep into the S&P 500 stocks. Still holding a Boeing short. We're in the money on that. XOM long, we're basically just a few pennies in the money. Dollar's still putting in a little bit of a bull flag here. So the dollar is consolidating and trying to put in a little bit of a bull flag here, breakout. We'll see if it can get above there. Look at that 4-hour tail candle forming. You did get a nice little 1-hour continuation. Nice little flag pattern forming on the dollar. But the markets are just in a world of their own right now, for now. You know, the fact that we keep getting so many people's sentiment is that, you know, I'm down. This market is just getting unbelievably squeezy. It makes me just absolutely more and more bullish, or more and more bearish. I am seeing the sentiment in this market absolutely unbelievable. Picked up some SQQQ and sold at the money calls. Looks like a quarterly dividend should pay out next week. That's a good trade, Dane Evans. I can't argue with that. I certainly can't argue with that. All right, so Boeing, we're in the money. XOM, we're in the money. QQQ, we're basically flat. Russell 2000, we're slightly out of the money. And Snapchat, we are slightly out of the money. You know, I want to see Boeing flush back down to about 248 on the chart. I think that's kind of a definite possibility that we could see that. I'm seeing NVIDIA softening from the highs despite the markets pushing up negative. Google is looking very, very weak right now. Apple's still holding at the highs. Microsoft looks like it wants its gap fill at 375.30. What is that? 375.34-ish, give or take. All right, so oil's getting a nice uptick here. That's good for our XOM trade. I do not mind if oil gets a pop. So you still have the markets green. Every indice is green. The dollar just softened slightly from the highs there. So the Russell's now pushing up some more. The Russell 2000. I'm going to add to my Russell short here, 187.06. 187.06. I just added to my Russell short. So basically my average now on the trade is sitting at 186.97. I'll actually show you that. So 186.97. But we are trying to break out of this little inverse, a potential bullish pattern which has triggered. The only thing is that there are some pretty big resistance points technically in play on the Russell right now. But big surge coming in the Russell. That is a pretty big move. Let's watch this Russell trade. So we only have a 2/4 position short on the Russell. We have a 1/4 position short on the Qs. We have a 1/4 position long on XOM, which are nicely in the money. And we have a 1/4 position short on Snapchat. So let's see if we can get some downside in this market. Come on, Qs. You know you want that gap fill. Dollar did soften. NVIDIA is starting to fall just a little bit here, curling down on the 5-minute chart. Tesla looks like another short, especially if the market falters. It's been weak pretty much all morning on that recall announcement. What was it? 2 million cars recall on Tesla. Now, the thing about Tesla's recall that we have to be mindful of, Tesla's a little bit different on the recalls. I actually haven't dived deep into the recall of this specific event, but Tesla often does recalls and mainstream plasters it, but often their recalls can just be updated by software through the cloud. So it's a big difference between some of the other legacy automakers. Check out Netflix breakout squeezing super hard. Looks like JP Morgan just gave it a buy. Oh, that probably means it's a top in Netflix. If JP Morgan is recommending a buy up here, whoa, look at that squeezy chart. Where I like to, wow. I'm not even going to touch it right now for a trade. Unless we hit double top, then I would like to short it. If we hit this 478 area, I will short it if it's in a straight shot. So I'll keep that on watch. If we move right up into that 478 area in the next, say, like half hour, that is a potential short trade. Qs are just grinding and floating. XOM, new high of day on XOM. I'm still riding XOM. I have not trimmed. I'm still riding a Boeing short. Still riding a Russell 2000 short. I'm going to add to my Russell if it pierces the 187.40 area. 187.40 area, I will add to my Russell. Qs are still pushing up. Now you're seeing Bitcoin soften a little bit. The 3-month yield just went green. VIX is still being accumulated here. I'm seeing VIX accumulation. Whoa, big surge on the SPY there. Boeing really isn't participating, so it's good to see that our XOM trade is continuing to move up for us in the right direction. Whoa. So look at XOM. We're in the money nicely on that trade. That is moving up. Boeing, we're in the money. Russell 2000 is giving us a little bit of a difficulty time here. That's okay. We're still just waiting patiently. QQQ, we're still holding that short. NVIDIA is starting to break down now. Amazon seeing some weakness. All right, NVIDIA is curling over, so energy is now seeing oil's up 1%. So we could see these energy stocks really start to get a nice bid to the upside. XOM is coming up to trigger that potential head and shoulders. You can see that XOM on the 10-minute chart is now coming up. You have this beautiful left shoulder head, right shoulder on the 10-minute. We haven't triggered and broken the neckline, but it looks like it wants to today. So I'm going to ride this one up, hopefully all the way into the FOMC meeting. We just get a nice grind higher in the XOM energy trade. Still short Boeing. Boeing, we're in the money a little bit here. It is starting to fall. Still short Snap, slightly out of the money. And we are short, what else are we short? We are short IWM and the Qs. So NVIDIA is still up about 1.3%. Russell's starting to come in just a little bit, ever so slightly. XOM, NVIDIA's curling over, Bitcoin's curling over here. Boeing got a nice little boost up there. All right, I'm going to buy Canopy Growth here, 5102, 5102. I just went long CGC again. 5102, it's a 1/4 position. This is high risk. The sell side pressure is pretty immense today in the marijuana stocks, but 5102, we are long CGC. We traded this once already in the morning, but we are into a big support level, the lower boundary trend line. Short the Russell, short Boeing, short Snap, long XOM. NVIDIA is rolling over pretty hard here for the semis, so watch for weakness in the semis. Watch for that continuation weakness in the semis. And then I will add to the Canopy Growth trade basically around the 49, appears to 50 cents. It's around that 49.80. I will add to the trade. All right, XOM has achieved its little intraday target. Its little micro intraday target. Still moving up. Oil's up nicely, 1.25%. That's beautiful so far. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Boeing is not liking the oil moving up right now. All right, CGC is starting to catch a little bit of a bid off of that level. Let's see what action we can get. Come on, CGC. I want at least a little bit of a retrace back to, say, let's look at the daily chart. You know, I would love it to test this pivot again. I'm just going to use this pivot as a resistance point. Qs, we're still short the Qs, still short the Russell, still short Snap, long XOM, that XOM trade, long CGC. Look at this move on CGC. Look at XOM here. What a rip here. The upside of target off of this little inverted head and shoulders has been achieved. So I'm actually going to trim here XOM. I'm selling my XOM here at 98.14. I just exited my XOM trade for a beautiful profit. Rode it all the way up there for a nice gain. I'm looking for a pullback to go long again. And you can see it's maybe not going to give us that pullback. But it's trying to break out of this little inverse now. Look, it's right at resistance. Whoa, look at XOM go. If you're still riding that, wonderful, wonderful job. I'm waiting for the next pullback. CGC, we're still holding that long, and it's getting a nice little pop here. Come on, CGC. Let's get up there. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You know, we had a 2% spike there. Currently, we're up about 1.23%. I am seeing the Qs weaken here. So the Qs are coming down. Qs are coming down here. Come on, CGC, just get a nice little pop. Get a nice little pop. NVIDIA's rolling heavy, seeing some weakness creeping into NVIDIA. All right, I'm going to put an in-the-money stop on CGC, protecting it at 51.29, and I may take profits soon. I want to see if we get a little bit more of an oversold spike. You did put in a nice little lower price action low. Still short the Russell, short Boeing, short the Qs. We took profits on our XOM, short Snapchat. Come on, look at this move on CGC. Come on, one more little pop-up. I'm moving my stop up a little bit more now to 51.58. So we are locking in at least, call it 1% on the trade. Come on, baby. Come on. Let's get going. XOM is still continuing to climb. We're flat on our Snapchat short. We are in the money on our QQQ short. We're in the money on our CGC with an in the money stop. Come on, baby. Get a little bit more higher. Come on, canopy growth. Push up, push up, push up. Google's coming down. NVIDIA's coming down. Microsoft's looking like it wants to attack its gap fill, potentially breaking a 5-minute bear flag consolidation. Watch for downside in the market. I'm actually going to exit my CGC right here at 51.81 for a nice little gain. I just exited CGC for about a 1.5% gain. Why is that? I'm seeing the QQQ breaking down here. We're still holding a short from this area. It's 400.32. We are still holding a BA short as well at 250.11. We are also holding a Snapchat short at 1609. You can see Snapchat's potentially putting in a head and shoulders pattern. We want to watch and see if we break this neckline here. You do have this left shoulder here, your head, your right shoulder. You need to break this neckline. You break that neckline, Snapchat could see a flusher. We're calling this about another 1.48% drop to the downside from this area. So that would send Snapchat to the negative side. But the Russell's moving up. I'm going to add to my Russell 2000 short, the IWM. So small caps are actually catching a bid here, which makes me want to look to the squeeze stocks. Look at names like Carvana, CVNA, because now you have some outperformance creeping into the Russell. The Russell's moving up as the S&P is moving down. So I'm going to look at some of these high interest squeeze stocks. I'm already seeing SunPower up 3, ULC, Goose, let's see, plugs negative. FSR, Riley, CVNA, my average up to 187.19. 187.19. That is a 3/4 position short on the Russell. Let's see if we can hedge our Russell play with potentially a long trade, likes of like CVNA. I know that one's trying to squeeze. Let's see what else we got. FSR's red. Rumble. Let's look at RUM. RUM. So I'm just going through some of the high interest short squeeze names because I am seeing the Russell trying to push up here. Still holding my Q short. Tesla's trying to look to make new lows of the day. That XOM trade is just continuing to rip higher. Rumble, I'm not liking that. What about UPST? That one's kind of been in squeeze mode itself. Let's take a look at the daily chart. That one's not bad. Let's look at FSR. Higher lows on the FSR. What about this TURP? Trupanion. All right, I'm going to go long Trupanion here. I'm going to go long Trupanion at 30.27. This is a high interest short squeeze name. Super, super risky. It's trying to break out though. I do like this break and base testing this high range. So we're long at this 30. That's a 1/4 position. I will add to the position if we fall basically down into this gap fill and then testing these pivots. So I'm only going to do 3 entries on this position, but we're already long at 30.27, and this one's a super high interest, short interest one. Look at this potential pattern that is breaking out right now, right into that Fed meeting. You do have a potential inverted head and shoulders, so this one could actually squeeze. It has a high short interest. I can't remember. I'll have to double check the short interest, but it is a high short interest name that is trying to break out here. So we are long TRUP as a hedge for our Russell 2000 short. Still shorting Boeing. Look at Boeing fall here. That's really good to see on Boeing. That's a nice, already in the money quite substantially here on Boeing. So that's really fantastic to see. We're still holding a Snapchat short. That XOM trade is still chugging along if you're in it. That XOM trade is still chugging along if you're in it. It has triggered the 10-minute head and shoulders pattern. So now what we can look for on XOM, look at that move on XOM. Whoa, what a rip. So we are banking already in this live trading session today. We are up quite substantially on the session. So again, I'm just going to take this time to write my Discord here. So definitely check out my swing trading and day trading service here. XOM has triggered this inverted head and shoulders on the 10-minute. Target takes you to up to $99, give or take. Wait for a pullback. That's what I'm waiting for to get long on XOM. So I'm going to watch on my other screens here, and I'm looking to go long XOM. We are long this True Panion here at 30.27. We're up 10 cents already on the trade. So that one's moving in the right direction for us. Bitcoin is still up nicely. It's up over 1%. Dollar softening. Still short the Q, still short the Russell, and still short Boeing. Boeing's down Boeing's still positive on the session, but it looks like it wants to go negative. We're now in the money on our Snapchat trade. We are in the money on our Snapchat trade. True Panion. Let's see if we can get a squeeze on this True Panion stock. Let's see. I'm picking a high short interest. I am seeing more green starting to show up in the squeeze stock names. True Panion now coming in a little bit here. Russell 2000 is coming in a little bit. Tesla's at the lows of the session. Bitcoin's at the highs. Qs are still just hovering off of our short level. They really haven't made a big move up or down. They're still up right now. SPY is testing pre-market high, so that's going to be a decent piece of resistance for the S&P at that pre-market high. So expect potentially a little bit of downside in the SPX. SPX gap fill is sitting at 46.63. So maybe that's where the SPX wants to go, 46.63. There's a big weekly gap fill that is at that area. Still holding a Boeing short, a Q short, and a Russell 2000 short, and a Snapchat short, and this True Panion long, TRUP. Super risky on TRUP. This is just a trade. Use a lower position size on the position because it is much riskier. But it is a very, I'm just looking for a squeeze play since the Russell 2000 has gone from red to green. Tesla's trying to push for new lows on the session. Microsoft is breaking a bear flag, so watch for downside now. Now you have one of the big mega caps breaking down. So Microsoft is breaking down here in the session. Microsoft is trying to break down in the session here. You're going to see some weakness creep into the Qs and the SPY off of Microsoft. All right, Snapchat is continuing to fall a little bit here. Still holding that Snap short, QQQ short. Snap is potentially triggering this head and shoulder, so we are short Snap at 1609 there. All right, now you're seeing Bitcoin cool off a little bit. Nat gas is potentially putting in higher lows. Oil is still moving up nicely on the session. Oil is moving up nicely on the session. The dollar softened a little bit, but trying to uptick just a tad. Qs are also still struggling here. Let's flip back to our QQQ short position, which I'm still holding. Still long TRUP, True Panion, super high risk play. Potential head and shoulders on watch on the Qs here. If you break this neckline, then you have on the 1 minute chart a move potentially down to about, call it 399.30. Watching that on the Qs very, very closely. Snap, we're in the money. Boeing, we're in the money. True Panion, we're in the money just slightly. So all trades are in the money except for our Russell 2000 short. So again, please take this time to at least look at my Trading Capital Discord. We run a swing trading, day trading service via Telegram chat. I track all insider buying and selling. We've executed several new trades for this December, and we're in the money nicely on some of the positions already. So definitely it's going to be a wild time here for the market session as we head into the new year. Snap is falling some more now. All right, big drop on the Russell. I'm going to cut my True Panion for a 2-cent loss. A 2-cent loss at 30.25 just because I am seeing the Russell with a huge down candle there. So I just exited TRUP at 30.25 for a 2-cent loss because I did not like what I saw there. I think we can get a Russell retrace at least to down here. Kind of have a couple confluence trend lines that are going to intersect right around this vicinity. Qs are now breaking down even more. So this is great for our Boeing. Our Snapchat short, we're in the money by about 8 cents on our Snap short. We're in the money by almost a couple dollars on Boeing. We're in the money nicely on Qs. Look at the Qs. It's triggering this head and shoulders. So this is where things get really interesting. Tesla's new lows down 2.34%. Microsoft's about to go red. The next one after that is Google. Google and Amazon are also almost going to go red. So now you have weakness starting to creep into the market. So this is where things get really interesting. Snap is falling hard here. We're in the money nicely on Snap. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Give us some more downside. Give us some more downside. 1 month view is good. Haha, wild times. Yeah, Steve, the 1 month chart is looking not too bad, but it's just the weekly and daily time frames that are just absolutely, blowing everyone's expectations away, I think. All right, so you now have the Russell. We're flat on our trade. Qs were nicely in the money. Qs have triggered this head and shoulders right now. Well, in 20 seconds, if we get a close below this neckline, you have triggered the head and shoulders potential. Downside target really takes you down to here. We have to wait for that close below. Right now, you can see buyers are trying to swoop in and take it above. I am seeing the dollar trying to firm up. Take a look at our Snap short, which has triggered a head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart. Really, since we pierced and broke that neckline, you can clearly see the downside move has been pretty immense. So we're going to try riding this one down. If for some reason Snapchat gets above the neckline, which is right at our entry, we look to exit our trade. But right now we should get a clean move down to there. We're also still shorting BA here. Boeing is coming in nicely. Look at this fall on Boeing. I'm looking for a potential cover down here at gap fill. That would take it right down to the flat side. So you have some couple pivot support zones that are coming up into this general vicinity. So I may look to cover down here. I am going to put a break or an in the money stop loss at 249.83, matching up with, actually, let's put it at this pivot zone here, 249.71. So we're at least banking some profit on the trade. So good job on Boeing. Still riding my Qs. Qs did trigger that head and shoulders, but it's trying to get a close back above the neckline. We did get a close, so therefore it technically negates it. But since it's only a 1 minute close, we want to wait for another secondary minute close. And you can see there's potentially the Qs are still, Boeing is still selling here, guys. Boeing is still selling. This is really good. I could see Boeing flushing pretty nicely. XOM, look for that retrace on XOM to buy. So XOM, we've traded that twice now. I'm looking for this 10-minute retrace back down to this previous neckline. If we get a retrace back to around this 98.17-ish area, I'm going to be buying XOM for a day trade long again. Tesla new low of days. Google's about to go negative. Microsoft just went negative. So expect Qs to continue to sell off here on the back of those mega cap weakness. Apple's now curling over. Bitcoin's still pushing up, making new highs on the session. So it seems like money is rotating out of mega caps into Bitcoin. Very, very intriguing here. Very, very intriguing. Bitcoin is holding firm and strong. So Bitcoin's still screaming higher here, up to 42,000. It's back over 42,000. All right, XOM is getting that retrace. Oil has softened a bit on the back of potentially seeing the dollar creep up just a little bit. I am still interested in that 98-ish area. I'll let you know if I take the trade. Snapchat is falling. Get ready to take some profits on Snapchat. We are in the money nicely, up over 1% on the trade. All right, I'm going to put a in the money stop on Snapchat. Basically, my stop loss is going to be at 16.02. We're locking in 7 cents no matter what. Q's head and shoulders still technically intact. Our Boeing trade, we're in the money nicely. Waiting on the Russell 2000 to soften up. Google's gone negative. Tesla's making new lows. Microsoft's negative. Amazon's about to go negative as well. So we are seeing some selling taking hold. That's certainly normal, especially as we head into the Fed. Certainly normal to see. Bitcoin's still trying to move up here. So Bitcoin is acting exceptionally well ahead of the Fed meeting. SPY is trying to sell some more now. Bitcoin's still moving up here. Tesla down 2.6. So we have an in-the-money stop protection on Snap. We have an in-the-money stop protection on Boeing. And we have a Russell short and a Q short. Russell, we're out of the money. Qs were nicely in the money. Head and shoulders has triggered. For anyone that hasn't shorted the Qs, a retrace to this neckline around this 400 area could be shorted for a continuation move down. If you get that, we may not even get that considering how elevated the markets really are. But Boeing is still continuing to come. Snap's bouncing a little bit. Right now, you do have Microsoft negative, AMD negative, Tesla negative, Apple positive, NVDA positive, Bitcoin up 1.6. The semis, the SOXX is just slightly positive. Google's flat. Amazon's just up by 0.24%. Natural gas is up 2.67%. Oil's up 0.85%. The IWM, SPY, and Qs are all positive on the session. All right, Qs are seeing more sellers take hold here. Let's see if we can get a nice little flush here. Come on, baby. Get that frickin' flush. Okay, I'm going to take a high lotto risk play. This is going to be super speculative. I'm going to take a 393 0 DTE put. 393 0 DTE put on the Qs. Okay, size appropriately. Expect this to lose. 393 is a correction all the way back down to the 7 simple moving average. So 393 0 DTE put on the Qs. This is super high risky. I'm expecting this to lose, but this is just more of a speculation, high risk gamble play. 393 0 DTE put on the Qs. Win, lose, or draw, I am prepared to walk away from this money. 393 0 DTE put on the Qs. And we basically entered right here at 399.83. So super high risk play on the Qs. I'm still holding my Boeing short, my Snap short. XOM is getting that retrace here, guys. So get ready to potentially buy XOM on the long side. We're almost at that retrace zone. I am going to watch this closely here to see what type of action we get. Oil has softened though, which is why XOM is falling, but nat gas continues to push up. Bitcoin is still at the highs above 42,000. I am seeing the dollar trying to perk back up. I'm getting ready to cover my BA short here very shortly here. I'm going to be taking profits on BA. So get ready to take profits on BA. It's almost to target. Take a look at that short entry on BA. I am going to watch XOM on my other screen, but look at this BA move. What an epic fall on BA. You do have a little bit of a trend line of support coming into play right around here. BA is bouncing. All right, you know what? It's close enough for government work. I'm going to trim my BA here. Just covered my full short position on BA, banking there from 250.11 all the way down to a pierce of that 249, over $1 gain. So congrats on that trade. Still holding a Snapchat short, the downside target. I want this to go negative on the session today. Downside target. I'm still riding this one, and I do have an in the money stop sitting at that 1604 pivot, okay? So still writing that down. I still have a QQQ common share short position at 400.32, which I'm still writing. And I did take 393 0 DTE put on the Qs, which is super risky. But if we get a flush, you know, I mean, I'm not expecting that. It's just a complete absolute gamble. That implies a move down all the way to from current levels. Where are we at? 399.30. That implies about a 1.69% drop in the markets on the Qs. That would definitely put me over 1,000%er on that trade, if that is the case. But again, I'm sizing it for a loss, just in the event that it does start to break down on us. All right, let's see what else is on the drawing board here. Let's flip to the AMD chart. Coinbase is still acting well, moving up to the high side. As we speak, AMD is looking a little bit weaker at this point in time, but still holding up. XOM still has not retraced to where I want to buy. We're now in the money on our Russell short as well, so that's good to see. Our Russell short, we are in the money. Tesla's down 2.87%, so that is absolutely brilliant for our Tesla trade. I do hold a swing short on Tesla. I called it out in my free YouTube channel. So anybody that is an investor or trader, I definitely encourage you to check out my Trading Capital Discord, because I did call out that Tesla short on my live channel. All my members got the alert. We are sitting at an average short on Tesla at 239.20. So we're already in the money by about $10 per share on that trade. So it's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful fall. We're already up about 5.78% on the short side on Tesla. When everyone is looking bullish, going long Tesla, I was like, there's a little bit of a divergence, some negative price action that's unfolding, and I liked Tesla on the short side. We actually just took 2 new trades yesterday, and we're up on both of them already. So that is amazing to see. I love seeing that aspect. All right, Qs are looking to come down just a little bit more now. You still have that head and shoulders on tack. You got that retrace. You got that retrace to the neckline. The downside should resume in the market. If there's any questions right now in the live viewers, we have that FOMC meeting. Throw in some tickers that you're looking at, potentially some ideas and trade setups. What are your predictions? Are we going to be ending the markets up or down after Jerome Powell? What is everyone's consensus? But we are basically now, we took a CGC long, two of them we've banked. We took a Pfizer long twice. That's 4 trades. That's 4 winners. We've taken a Q short once. That's our 5th trade. We took a Russell 2000 short once already. That was our 6th trade. We're in a Russell 2000 right now. That's our 7th trade. We took a Boeing short, which we won. That's our 8th trade. We took an XOM long, which was our 9th trade. And we're in a Snapchat short, which is our 10th trade. And our TRUP, our True Panion, which was our 11th trade. But basically, and a Tesla short, we took which was our 12th trade. So we've taken 12 trades, and we're still in 2 of them. And we've basically only lost minuscule amount on the True Panion one. We lost 2 cents. I took that as a loss because I didn't like the market potentially breaking down. But we have banked 11 of 12 winners so far. That's pretty impressive. And again, I'm just going to take this time to check out my Trading Capital Discord, because we are certainly performing exceptionally well these days. And I do believe the big turn in the market has not even occurred yet. And then what else do we have today? Not only do we have the Fed meeting, but we have Champions League soccer on again. We saw Bayern Munich kick Man United out of the Champions League yesterday. We saw Arsenal get snaked with another goal taken away, but they did tie their game to finish at the top of their group. But today we have quite a few different games on the docket. We have Man City at 12:45. We have RB Leipzig versus Young Boys. We have Newcastle versus AC Milan. That's going to be an interesting game, because I think whoever wins that game between AC and Newcastle basically goes through, providing Dortmund beat PSG. So PSG really need to beat Dortmund to make it through, and Newcastle and AC have to win regardless. So the fate of Newcastle and AC Milan are in Dortmund's hands, and the fate of AC and Newcastle are kind of in their own hands at the same time, because of the fact that they're looking to get knocked out here. All right, we're still waiting on the QQQ short. Remember, I took QQQ shorts all the way up to 400.32, and I did take 393.0 DTE puts on the Qs. Look at Tesla getting wrecked. Whoa! Tesla's getting destroyed. Holy shit. Tesla's getting destroyed. This is epic, epic, epic for our short. This is what I love to see. That head and shoulders on Tesla takes you to about 213, 214 on the charts, and it looks to be flying there. Flying. We're up over 6% on Tesla. Let's go! Whew. Good day to be a trader. Lego. Lego my ego. Bitcoin's still hovering. Dollar's about to flip negative again. You still have all indices green on the session. Certainly interesting. All right, high risk play here. You can go long. I'm going to go long CGC here again at 51 cents. Long CGC. We've traded this one twice. I'm going long at 51 cents here. Basically right back down to our entry. We are long CGC again at 51 cents. I will do one more add to CGC at this 49.83 area, and that's it. I won't add to the position after that. Let's flip back to our QQQ position now, because that is coming in nicely. Take a look at what we're entering back in on the Qs. We have this beautiful channel that we were chopping in the high end of the range for so long, and we're finally reverting back to that channel as we speak. Still holding our Russell short, which we're in the money. Snapchat is coming into target, so get ready to take profits on our Snap short. So I'm looking at Snap here. It's right at that gap fill, almost at that gap fill zone. So Snap is coming in nicely. Tesla still is getting demolished and selling. We have a breaky, or we have an in the money stop at the 1603 on Snap, which I'm actually just going to move down to 15.99. So I want to lock in at least 10 cents. I want to lock in at least 10 cents on Snap. Take a look at our Q position. That's coming in nicely. Oh, let's go. Come on. Yes. Come on, baby. Dump it. Dump it. Anybody in this trades with me, we are absolutely smashing it today. We are smashing it today. Holy shit. We are up on 12 out of 13 positions. You do not see averages like that often. And when you do, holy shit, you better just be thankful, stay humble, and just trade the price action. But look at this. This is epic, epic, epic. Wow. Wow. The Qs are continuing to fall. Holy shit. Are we going to go negative? You still have the indices positive. Let's go. Still holding a Russell short. Still holding a Q short. Still holding a Snap short, which is getting a bounce. XOM, I'm buying XOM here. 98.24. 98.24. I'm going long XOM at 98.24. Long XOM, 98.24. Okay, so we're back in the XOM trade. Basically, what stops us out of this trade? So 98.24, we entered. I gave you that target on the retrace. We basically just kissed it close enough. You can arguably say if you draw it identical, you pierced it. If we get a close on the 2-minute basis, back below this 98.17, I will maybe stop out 98.16. I'm just going to give it a tight leash. All right, CGC is falling. CGC is falling. So that one's going against us just a tad. Let's look at our QQQ. Again, I'll add to CGC at 49.81. It's a starter position. We're still short the Qs, still short the Russell. Long XOM. Snapchat had a big bounce there before gap fill. I almost got wicked out on Snapchat. Still holding, but it's about to stop me out for a small gain of about 10 cents. It did not wick me out yet. Looks like it wants to, though. Qs are still selling here. Tesla's getting absolutely demolished still. Now Bitcoin's starting to come in ever so slightly. All right, Snap just stopped me out for a win there at $16, so 9-cent profit on Snapchat. Good job on that trade. We can now move along to the next position and see what else is transpiring. So Qs are still downside target, and then you obviously have your gap fill. You know, I do anticipate that this is likely to be filled before the Fed meeting. I am anticipating that, but you still have the indices green. Tesla's weighing in on this market down 3.2. Microsoft's flat. Apple's up 0.57%. NVIDIA's up 1.2, but mega caps have pulled off of the highs. Mega caps have pulled off of the highs. We are holding a short on the Russell, a short on the Qs, puts on the Qs. And wow, look at that rip on Snap. This is why you need to have in the money stop loss protection. You definitely do. Still holding a canopy growth long, which it's going against us slightly right now, but it was just a starter position, so we have much more maneuverability in the event that it keeps trending lower. AMD's on the negative side again as well. Semis are about to go negative. So right now we're holding a long on CGC, a long on XOM. We are also holding a short on the Qs, a short on the Russell. We've taken massive profits today. We have taken massive profits. I encourage you to check out my Trading Capital Discord. Back in the swing of things here, let's just get our wits about us. So basically CGC, I'm going to be adding to my CGC at 49.81. It is getting absolutely obliterated here. Down on the session about 26%. So we already traded CGC twice, so we're technically playing with profits, but right now we are down from our original entry here. I will add only one more time to CGC. We are getting a positive divergence, higher lows on the price on the RSI, lower lows on the actual price action. Still holding that IWM short, which is finally starting to cooperate. So look at this. So IWM is now breaching this key trend line, which means that we should retrace actually all the way down to about here. There's going to be a confluence that probably takes the Russell to about here on the chart. So that's where I'm looking for the Russell 2000 to go to today, which roughly means that it could fall another 0.23%, taking it back to the negative side. So we're in the money nicely on that Russell, which is why CGC is falling. We're still holding that QQQ short as well, which has triggered that head and shoulders. You have not fulfilled the downside move. You still have this big bear gap that has been opened. But Apple's moving out, Microsoft's trying to catch a bid, so you are seeing pockets of strength in the market creeping in. If AMD breaks the 136.25 level, you could see a big short occurring as well in the semis. In terms of the sectors now, I'm just going to go through some of the sectors that are red right now. I just want to check out something else before that. Copper's flat. Russell just flipped negative. So you're starting to see more red appear in the indices. Communication stocks just went red, the sector as a whole, which means Meta's coming in. You have the material sector, XLB, which is negative. The Dow Jones Transports is down by 0.9%. The industrials are also negative, and XLY. So now you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sectors negative. and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sectors positive. The Russell's still dumping here. Qs are catching a nice bounce here. Qs are trying to bounce here. Coin is now coming in with Bitcoin. So again, let's just flip to the dollar chart to see what is going on. You have all the yields are negative. Heading into the Fed meeting with yields negative by over 1% leads me to think that the scenario puts it into perspective that we could bounce. So dollar's trying to break out here. If we look at the US 10-year yield, it is down over 1% on the session. So still just not catching a bid here in the 10-year yield. And this makes me think that, again, with yields down into the Fed meeting, we could actually see a bounce. There's a likely scenario here that could be unfolding in yields, where you have this inverse on the 4-hour chart. You're building this right shoulder as we speak. Powell could actually trigger this technical pattern today. So a lot of people are probably piling in, still chasing it because the dollar's really not that strong. It's up a little bit and yields are weak. A lot of people pay attention to yields. And if yields spike on Powell, I mean, look how hawkish of a move this could be. If Powell comes out swinging, guns a-blazing, we could actually see the Fed and Powell spike these rates. Imagine we had a move of 7.8% in the bond market up in the 10-year yield. That would absolutely crush small caps. It would crush mega caps as well. It would shock the market. It would shock the market for sure. All right, let's move back to our QQQ. Whoops, my apologies. QQQ. Qs are still selling. Russell's almost to target, so we're in the money nicely on the Russell 2000 trade. We are in the money nicely on the Russell 2000 trade. XOM were long, CGC were long, slightly out of the money. Qs were short, and then we're also short the Russell 2000. So the Russell's actually now negative on this session, just like it was in pre-market, which is why we were continuing to pick on it. I was not buying the small cap rally, and look at that. It is starting to come in. Qs are also starting to come in, looking like they want to head to that gap fill. That gap fill is going to be a good area to cover the common shares. Remember, I still took that high risk lotto play, which I think has a very small chance of playing out, but it is a chance. It is a chance. And it would be, fortune favors the brave. We've made a ton of profits today, and we're just kind of throwing a lotto play in the trade. Google's about to flip negative, so communication stocks are seeing some weakness starting to creep in. Oil's back up 1.2. Nat gas is ripping here, up 3%. So this is really interesting price action that is unfolding. Since nat gas is running, there's a potential long on AR as a day trade. AR, natural gas stock. This one's looking like it's trying to break out. So I do hold this as a swing, but I am interested in going long AR here. I am seeing nat gas continuing to rip at the highs of the session. So I'm going to go long for a day trade here at 2060. 2060 long AR. Long AR 2060. We have that gap fill all the way up there. Looking for a continuation. We just had that move off the lows. And we've now done a little bit of a retrace, pull back to the 382. It's looking poised to now continue moving higher. Let's see if we can catch this trade. So I am long XOM, slightly out of the money. Short the Qs. Short the Russell. Long AR. Long CGC. Bitcoin's falling some more now. All right, Qs are continuing to break lower here. Qs are continuing to break here. SPY is also breaking lower. You now have Bitcoin falling pretty sharply here. Amazon's curling over. Google's negative. Apple's still positive, holding up the market off of that gap up. If Apple breaks the pivot of 195.67, you could see a move down to pierce that 195 area. And it could target that gap fill. I would not be surprised. All right, AR is starting to potentially move up just a little bit here. CGC, we're still losing on that trade right now, as of now. All right, I'm going to cover my QQQ here just because we created that higher low potential. So I'm exiting my QQQ short. I still have my put though, my Rolotto put, but I exited right here QQQ, banked on that trade. Still holding my Russell 2000 short, my Canopy long. I'm going to put a break, a slight in the money stop loss on my Russell trade. So 187.13 just in case we get a big spike. So now we're long AR, we're long XOM. And we still have a Russell 2000 short with an in the money stop. So we'll watch that Russell closely. Bitcoin's still selling under a little bit of pressure here. Tesla's still at the lows of the session. Let me just look at the chat. Again, thank you all for tuning in. What is Stephen Morrissey saying? Hey, this is ZSteve20 from TV channel coming over here for the reason the stream on TV isn't as reliable. Hey man, welcome to the stream. Definitely sit back, watch how we do things. We're basically traded, I believe, what did we're up for? I think we've done 15 trades. We've lost on one. We've won 14 out of, sorry, I haven't closed the other one. So technically right now I have XOM long, AR long, and a CGC long. We just, and a Russell 2000 short. Look at that Russell dump. That Russell dump, I'm going to move my stop down just a little bit here. I still like this target that I gave you, 186.60-ish area. But we are banking. We have only lost on one position today, and we've closed over a dozen winners. Okay, we've closed over a dozen winners, and we've only lost one loser on True Panion, which was a very minuscule loss. It was a 2-cent loss. It's nothing that is even going to be noticeable in anyone's account. But we have absolutely banked on Canopy twice. We've banked on XOM. We've banked on a QQQ short. We've banked on a Russell 2000 short. We banked on a Boeing short. We've banked on Tesla shorts twice. What else have we traded here? We're long AR, long XOM. IWM continues to dump here. Get ready to cover. I'm just going to move my stop down just in case we get a big face ripper bounce. But if we hit this vicinity here, I will look to take profits. Even at this area is a nice potential level to take profits on. You're seeing Bitcoin now pull in from the highs. So a nice hourly topping tail is forming on Bitcoin. Certainly interesting. XOM is coming lower now. All right, the volume's getting heavy. I'm just going to cover my IWM here at 186.75. I just covered it. Beautiful little trade. What I'm looking for now is a bounce up to form potentially a right shoulder and then another move lower. You have this little shoulder here. You have this head here. We could get a bounce to the upside now in the Russell. That forms a little head and shoulders. We're still holding our CGC long, which was slightly out of the money, but it is trying to pick up now. We are slightly out of the money on our CGC trade, but that's okay. Qs are trying to bounce here. Bitcoin's now selling some more. That's beautiful to see. We'll see if Coinbase can actually flip to the negative side. It's only up 0.13% on the session. Come on, Canopy, get your butt up there. Let's look back at the IWM here just to see what we're going to get. So if the IWM comes up here into this vicinity again, aligning with this left shoulder, we will look to short it again. Let's flip back to the Qs because the Qs are still the strongest indice. The Russell's red, down by 0.15. SPY's up slightly. You can see the resistance channel that the Qs are now hitting is basically this previous channel that we were chopping in for quite a few days. So that is technically a short area, but I'm not going to do it yet. I am holding puts, remember, 0DTE lotto play on the Qs. I took 0DTE 393 puts on the Qs. I mean, I'm expecting it to lose, but you just never know with FOMC how extended we are. We could easily make 1,000%er, but we also could lose. Risking about $1,000 on the trade. I am prepared to walk away from the 1,000 just because we are up well over that today. All right, so semis are holding firm right now. We're approaching that 11:46 time frame. Amazon's looking somewhat weak at this level here. Big reversal on Amazon. Apple's still holding up. Google just went negative again. Looks like Google wants to fill its gap. I'm going to take a high-risk lotto play on Google. I'm going to take 131 0DT put on Google. 131 0DT put on Google. 131 0DTE put on Google. XOM is falling a little bit more. I will add to the XOM trade. I will add to the XOM trade at that $98 level, $98. Just want to see something here from my personal view. Even adding to XOM here is probably not a bad idea. It's a nice little retrace. You have the 382 fib level. Because natural gas, I'm actually going to add to my XOM here at 98.16. 98.16, a second entry, just building a position in XOM day trade. So 98.16, I just added to my XOM. 98.16, I just added to my XOM there at 98.16. So my average now is sitting at 98.20 with a 2/4 position. 2/4 position. I am expecting a continuation move in XOM. Dow Jones transports are now down over 1%, continuing to bleed. So we're still holding an AR long, slightly out of the money. We are holding a CGC long, an XOM long. All right, the Russell had a pretty big bounce there off of the lows. I'm still seeing NVIDIA curling over here. So NVIDIA could actually be triggering a little 5-minute head and shoulders pattern. Has not broken the neckline yet, but it could be doing so momentarily here. All right, I'm going to take a 481 0 DTE put on NVIDIA. 481 0 DTE put on NVIDIA right here. 481 0 DTE put on NVIDIA. So XOM is going lower here. All right, so we're starting to see AR falling. I am going to add to the position. If AR tests the 2050 area, I will add to the position. XOM is also falling here despite oil staying strong. So 2052, about 10 cents lower, gets me interested in adding to AR. And then if XOM flushes back down to about the $98 area, $97.98, I will add to the position. So we took a Google 131 put 0 DTE. We took an NVIDIA 481 put 0 DTE. We still have a QQQ put. We have an AR long and an XOM long and a CGC long. All right, we're starting to see potentially more weakness creep into the market here. The dollar still really hasn't got going. It's actually flipped to the negative side. VIX is positive on the session, showing some downside protection is being bought. So some downside protection is being bought right now. Nat gas continues to move up here. It's up nicely on the session. Nat gas is up now 4.45%, so an absolute magnificent rally. CGC is down 26.43% on the session. So we have XOM moving up nicely there. Big green candle. Same thing with AR. AR should move up here with natural gas being up substantially. So just like that, we're actually now in the money again on AR. QQQ are still struggling at that trend line, that parallel channel. Oops. But getting some buyers stepping in. Downside target almost technically achieved. You can see a big wick bought up there on volume. Google has still gone negative. Meta is still slightly positive, but about to go negative, considering there might be a little bit of a daily topping tail forming on Meta. Watch for continuation weakness. NVIDIA is getting a big boost here. So this wick aligns with what price action NVIDIA just did. Tesla's putting in a 10-minute bear flag to go lower. It has been the weakest stock, the mega cap stock. Still holding a long XOM, long CGC, long AR, QQQ put, NVIDIA put, Google put. It's now approaching that noon time frame. Qs are still coming down here. I'm still riding my NVIDIA put, 0DT 481 put. I'm riding a Google 131 put. I'm riding an AR long, an XOM long, a CGC long, a QQQ put. Let's go. Alright, so just back to the markets here. Qs are getting rejected still, looking like they want to come back down. You break this pivot, you're going to go to the gap fill. Your pre-market low is all the way at 398.05. Let me just double check that actually. That might be a... Sorry, so I apologize. Pre-market low is sitting at 399.23. Something's happened with Sava right now. Big moves coming into Sava. Still riding that Google put, CGC long, XOM long, SADA. Okay. Let's see if we can actually get some. See if we can catch a momentum play on the Sava. RSI curling. All right, we're going to go long Sava here, 28.87. Super high risk, position size accordingly, 28.87. I just bought in Sava, looking for a move to this gap fill. Let's see Sava. Sava is another name that can typically has these overshoots. Basically, I'll risk a close below. Stop loss is going to be a close below this 27.80 area. Let's play ball. Long Sava, long XOM, long AR, QQQ put, NVIDIA put, Google put. Amazon just went negative. Watch NVIDIA. NVIDIA is potentially breaking lower here. So NVDA is breaking lower here. Whoops. Sorry, my keyboard's actually very sticky today. I'm going to have to try to take some keys apart. But look at NVIDIA. We break this neckline, and I mean, you could have a pretty sharp move down, which I think will get in the money, but it's just a matter of how far down can we ride them. Still riding a CGC long here. It is trying to up curl. We're basically just slightly out of the money. Our average on a 1/4 position is at 51 cents. We've already traded this several times today. NVIDIA is still triggering that head and shoulders, but trying to regain it and recapture it. From $4 to over 80, and within like a couple days, nutty. All right, so NVIDIA is still breaking down. CGC is now moving up. Let's see if we can get this trade in the money. Come on, CGC, get your big butt up there. You're down huge on the session. We want to bank on this trade. We are almost got our NVIDIA put in the money. We're still riding our QQQ0 DTEs. We're having XOM long and AR long. CGC just almost flipped green there for us. Come on, baby, come on. Come on, CGC, squeeze, get up there, CGC. QQQ's breaking lower here. Take a look at the QQQ. Whoa, NVIDIA put is now in the money. That 481 0DT is in the money. I'm going to ride it. I am going to ride it a little bit lower here. You have the Qs testing pre-market lows. That 481 0DT is in the money. You are prudent to secure profits, but I'm going to let this ride. I'm going to let this ride and be a little bit greedier here. All right, XOM is heading lower here. XOM is heading lower. Still haven't got a 10-minute close down below there. You're hitting 50% retrace shortly. Look at NVIDIA dump. All right, we're banking tremendously on this put. As it falls, we're just climbing huge into the money and profit, but I want more. I'm going to be greedy. I want the Qs to fill that gap on the chart. So I'm going to be greedy with NVIDIA. Maybe it goes against me, but I think the Qs should come down and fill this gap fill. Pre-market lows at that 399.23. We lose that, and the trend turns from bullish to bearish. You do have more mega caps. So lots of red is starting to appear on the screen. Microsoft's down. Tesla's down 3.2. AMD's down. Apple's still positive. NVIDIA's still positive. It pulled in from the highs. The S&P and the Qs are still slightly positive on the session. We are waiting. Lots of interesting price action unfolding here. We have banked on these trade winners today. NVIDIA's dumping. Let's go! We're almost at 480. We're in the fucking money. I want to ride this down. I'm not going to paper hand this one. I want a few 100%. Let's go, NVIDIA. Come on, baby. Come on, dump it. We just need Bitcoin to dump. We need that Google put to get down to 131. And then we're in the fucking money. Come on, baby. Things are looking good for our trading. Let's go, man. Come on, baby. We just need XOM and the energy trade to firm up just a little bit here. But NVIDIA is still dumping. Qs are testing that pre-market low here. Take a look at our NVIDIA put. We're up huge on this one. Let's fucking go. 481 puts. Come on, baby. Just flush it. Flush it. Let's see if there's any other support levels on NVIDIA. Probably there's a pivot here where it may be wanting to go on NVIDIA. So we'll mark that on the chart. I'm also going to mark in this little downsloping trend line. There is a shot that since NVIDIA broke out of this trend line, it could do a full retrace. That would put us up over probably 700%, 1,000% on our put if we were to get down there. Long way down, but let's try to ride this. All right, AR is perking back up here. AR is perking back up for us. Let's get this fucking show on the road. Come on, people. We're banking today. Please definitely check out my Trading Capital Discord because we're absolutely crushing it today. From the longs to the shorts, we are killing it. Trading over 94% accuracy today. And on big positions too. These are not just some Mickey Mouse little positions. We are banking tremendously here today. So again, I'm going to encourage you to definitely check out my Trading Capital service. I run a day trading and swing trading service. Look at NVIDIA go. Come on, baby. Flush it. Come on, puts. These puts are printing right now. Let's go. We want Google to get in the money. Google's about 90 cents away from being in the money on our 0 DTEs. Remember, too, I took that high-risk lotto gamble on the Qs, those 393 0 DT puts. Super risky. So risky. But fortune favors the brave sometimes. And again, you often want to look at the trades that no one's really taking. Yes, it's a gamble. Yes, I said we could lose it, but we're just playing with profits on that high-risk lotto trade. And I do think that there's a strong chance we could at least flush a lot more in today's session from what I'm seeing on the charts. Qs are testing that pre-market low. So now if we lose pre-market low on the Qs here, which I'll pull up the chart, that becomes bearish. It shifts the narrative to bearish. Even though the index is still positive, losing pre-market low is never a healthy sign. Still holding XOM long, CGC long, AR long. I'm seeing some increased activity in this high risk ticker, which full disclosure, I do have a swing trade in NRSN. I am starting to see a potential curling action in NSRN here. It's at the lows of the session. The RSI is now starting to potentially curl up here. We could be making another big move in NSRN very shortly. I would not be surprised if NSRN retests this gap fill at $1, and it could even come all the way back up to 149 and breach that area. From current levels, that would imply a move of 51%. Super risky. This is a therapeutic company, micro cap, but I am liking this one on the long side. So I gave you a little bit of a nugget there, which I think is coming into play. Still holding action here. Lots of action on the charts. More red is showing up on the screen, but you still have Apple propping this market up along with, what else is green right now? Really, it's Apple is one of the last standing mega caps. You do have a little bit of strength in, NVIDIA and Apple. Those are the last two. All mega caps are turning red here. The Magnificent Seven. You have Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Meta, UNH, and J&J all flipping to the negative side. Oil's up 1.2. Nat gas is still continuing to climb. Semis are getting a little bit of a micro bounce right now along with the Qs. You can see they're trying to defend that pre-market low on the Qs. Very interesting. But now that we're back inside this original channel, which actually goes back quite a far distance, you can clearly see there's a massive, massive channel that we're now chopping in and trading in, which means that there's always a chance we can go down to the low end of the range. Definitely clear relative weakness continuing in Google. It's now 12:09. We still have the long-awaited FOMC interest rate hike decision today. Jerome Powell, I think, is going to come out hawkish. You have yields down, VIX up, protection being bought slightly in the indices. Russell's challenging and making new lows on the session. So the Russell's looking exceptionally bearish right now. We also have big Champions League soccer games, lots of action. What is the CCC? The CCC stock is absolutely obliterating the volume trends on Tesla. C4 Therapeutics. Freaking never heard of them. CGC, our CGC trade is starting to move up here. So take a look at CGC. We're still holding long CGC again. We've just been patient with them. This one's been absolutely obliterated today. You can see the support levels at CGC we bought into right at this upsloping trend line, connecting your pivot low to your major pivot here to that pivot. So we did buy in that area. I'm just going to remove that one. I think we can get a retrace back up to about 54 cents on CGC, but the whole market is getting a nice little boost here. Market is getting a nice little boost. CGC is trying to break out of this little formation, but it's been weak all day long. Let's flip back to the Qs here. Natural gas is just softening a little bit. QQQ, this is where you would look to short it on this pop. I'm just going to stay steady with the positions that I have. SPY is trying to catch a bid here. So is the Russell 2000. You can actually go long the Russell off this level. Big bid coming in the Russell. This should help our CGC trade. Look at the move coming in the Qs here. Look at the move coming in the Qs. Let's see if we can get a squeezing price action in CGC. Come on, CGC. Get your big butt up there. We're still holding long AR, long XOM, long CGC. Puts on the Qs, puts on NVIDIA, puts on Google. Could have secured profits, but I'm not paper handing. I think there's going to be a bigger directional move to the downside coming, but we are banking. Look at this CGC upticking here. Come on, CGC. If you really want to get going, CGC could squeeze all the way back up to this 54-cent level. It's down tremendously on the session today. You know, CGC moved all the way back up there. We're looking at about a 6.3% gain potential. Obviously, you know, whether or not I hold that long ceases to remain, but it is looking a little bit more promising. All right, let's look at QQQ. Remember, NVIDIA did trigger that head and shoulders. The fully measured move of the head and shoulders takes you all the way down from current levels to 476, which is about a 1% fall. Microsoft went negative, Apple's positive, Q SPY positive, Russell negative. Come on, baby. Get your big butt up there. Get your big butt up there. All right, the dollar's looking like it wants to potentially move higher here. It's been consolidating in a very, very tight range. Very, very tight range. So the Qs are still just waiting on the Qs to potentially break lower. They have triggered head and shoulders. NVIDIA has triggered one, but looking to make a move and challenge to reclaim the neckline. You have energy stocks like AR trying to make another move up to the high side here. XOM is still falling lower here. So XOM is actually falling lower here. Still accumulating XOM on the long side. You've had a nice pullback. You're now done a 50% retrace on XOM. Oil is up 1% still in the session. But I will add to XOM at $98 Pierce or lower. We only have a half a position on XOM. CGC, we're now in the money. CGC is starting to make a move up. We're in the money by about 1.5%. It is starting to squeeze. And again, at $98, I am interested in XOM again. $98 for a third entry. All right, guys. I am exiting CGC right here for a nice little gain. Boom. Just there. 1.34% gain. I just exited CGC. I do think it can run a little bit more, but I'm exiting right here on CGC, 51.70. Great job. Another winner in the books, over 1.34%. Congrats if you've taken CGC with me yet again. All right, let's see what else we can figure out here on the charts. So XOM still trending a little bit lower here. Get ready to pierce that $98 level. I will add for the third time to my XOM position. Get ready. Still riding a put on NVIDIA, a put on Google. You have to hold these puts through some volatility if you want to be paid out. But again, everything comes with risk. Defining your risk, setting that risk parameter is the most imperative in trading. You need to isolate your risk level and tolerance before entering and exiting a trade. I just got filled on XOM at 97.98. That is the 618 retrace. 97.98 on XOM. It now brings my average down to 98.08. We're slightly out of the money on XOM. You can see that it is trying to potentially break this inverted head and shoulders pattern. So it is trying to break that. So technically this pattern has now been invalidated, but I'm still liking the strength in XOM at these levels. You can obviously readjust the trend line. If we were to draw it from this pivot through these pivots, we haven't got a 10-minute close below these pivots yet. So it's going to be certainly interesting to see. And then I do have one more add entry if it tests this low range, these higher low status on XOM. So call it around 97.79-ish. Canopy growth still trying to push up. XOM's coming lower. As the IWM is looking very, very weak as well here. So XOM trying to bounce here. Let's see if we can get some buyers to step back in. Oil's still up 1%, so there's a likelihood it could. We just need it to start firming up here. This is kind of the technical level that we need XOM to really start to bounce at. Qs are seeing a little bit of selling. SPY is potentially seeing some more sellers step into play here. Indices are still green. Russell 2000 is making new lows on the session. Tesla's starting to bounce just a little bit. That stock has been basically shorted on all the pops. So let's just go over our trades. We're holding some 0DTE puts on Google, NVIDIA, Qs, high risk. We're holding a long on XOM and a long on AR. I like AR because there's complete strength in natural gas. Notice how we put in this bearish consolidation. Now you're broken out to the high of the range and you're consolidating to make another move higher. If you use some simple, nothing else but a simple box analysis, this was your consolidation range. Basically, that is now, once we get the range breakout, you should see at least a move up to the high end of this range, 2068, based off of this consolidation. So let's see what type of action we get on AR. Let's flip back to the S&P here. So the SPY ETF. SPY potential has a potential head and shoulders that we have to keep on watch. So your neckline would be here. I would love to see this go a little bit higher and form a little bit more of a rounded top. You had a high pivot shoulder here, but this still is technically valid on the S&P 500. This is still technically valid if it was to break down. This is why I'm still holding some puts. XOM is going lower. Again, we have one final add entry on XOM, and then we have to basically start to ask ourselves, is the trade going to go for us or going to go against us? Are we going to hold on to it, going to give it some room, or are we going to cut it? I'm going to give it some room right now. I am seeing the dollar lowering a little bit, which is why Bitcoin is starting to push back up to the high side. Remember, NVIDIA has triggered that head and shoulders, so there's likely more downside set to resume today. But anything could change with the FOMC meeting. XOM is going lower here. So you're now seeing XOM. It's pulled back 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 minutes. So it's had 8 10-minute consecutive down candles in a row. Certainly not positive if you're wanting to see the oil trade bounce right now. IWM just made a new low, so it's getting absolutely smacked around. Big drop coming in the Russell 2000. Huge drop coming in the Russell 2000. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. We're still holding those 481 0DT puts on NVIDIA. They are in the money. They went in the money before. We were up much, much more in the trade. Now we're just waiting. Again, we have a long trade on XOM. We have puts on Google, NVIDIA, the Qs. Long on AR as well. Hopefully seeing that one firm up soon. XOM is going lower. So XOM is coming up into the next ad level. This is going to be our final entry on XOM on the long side, but it's just been getting absolutely demolished. And basically, if you look at the last 10 minutes of price action, so you have, look at all these red candles down in a row. I will add right here at this 97.79 or a pierce of this trend line. So I'm having my resting order at that trend line, and I will be ready to add my final entry on XOM. The only weakness I am seeing is oil is starting to pull away from the highs, and same thing with nat gas. All right, so oil's falling a little bit more now. So let's just watch oil closely. I'm watching it on my other screens here because that's obviously a hindrance for our XOM trade. All right, so NVIDIA is now falling, taking another trip down south. Still hasn't broken those recent lows, but that head and shoulders is clear as day on NVDA, which is why we're riding some 0DT puts down. NVDA, look for weakness in some of the other semiconductors. You know, if you look on the 2-minute chart, again, that triggered Russell new lows. The Russell's getting absolutely slammed. Now it's falling down 0.33%. Will the Russell be leading the other indices lower? That's the question. Is the Russell foreshadowing more downside in the other major indices? I think it's likely. I mean, you look at the sectors now. So before we had about 6 sectors red. Let's see what we're doing now. Let me just pull up my sectors. You have the Dow getting smoked still. The Dow's down 1.09%. You have materials down, communications negative, energy negative, industrial negative, consumer discretionary negative. Financials are about to go negative, XLF. So take a look at like JP Morgan. Let's see what that chart is doing around the financials. But the Russell's getting smoked. So the Russell has a lot of bank stocks in it. So if financials start to weaken, let's take a look at KRE. Imagine Powell does like a surprise quarter basis point hike, what that would do to KRE. You know, that would absolutely, I think, send it down, retracing probably at least 50% of this move. Right now, the S&P is trying to push back up here. Look at this extension move. Still forming a potential right shoulder. We're just waiting patiently. Forever waiting patiently for this market. So the semis are catching a big bounce right here. Semis are catching a big bounce here. Again, we might be carving a right shoulder on the S&P 500. From what I'm seeing, all indications are pointing for a trigger and break of that inverted head and shoulders. And take a look at also what's been consolidating and potentially putting in a bullish pattern here to break out. You break this high pivot here on the dollar, and we're going to charge back for that 104 area. But this has been a nice form of consolidation on the dollar, and you can arguably say that, once you break this little trend line, it could actually happen today. You could see a nice potential move up in the dollar right back above that 104 critical tightening zone. So the dollar is key. I think the dollar is putting pressure on the S&P. Let's actually just throw up a double split screen of the chart. And I am just going to turn off all of these moving averages. But let's just flip to the dollar, DXY. Just give me a second while I turn off all these moving averages to clean up the chart. Just easier to view that way. We'll keep up the EMA 113, which is the orange moving average. Let me just actually turn this pink one off. So we're watching the SPY. It's about to test this neckline. We're watching the Dixie breaking out. We've split screen because it's just showing you the importance of how the market is correlated to the Dixie. Notice how the patterns are pretty much opposite. You have a head and shoulders potential on the SPY, and you have an inverse head and shoulders potential on the Dixie. So I just find that so fascinating how the markets are once again entering that correlation mode where you're seeing the Dixie trying to break out, trying to get back above that critical tightening zone, but not being able to do so just quite yet. XOM final entry is coming into play on XOM. The final entry is coming into play here very shortly around that 97.80. We're about 6 cents away. I'm still writing QQQ puts. I'm still writing NVIDIA 481 0DTE puts. I'm writing Google 131 0DTE puts. I took that high risk lotto play on the Qs, which was a 393 0DTE put. Super risky. Super risky, but that's okay. We can see if we'll get in the money on that trade. If we get in the money on that 393 0DT put, I mean, that's going to be probably over a 10 bagger, 1,000%. Probably more, actually. Probably more. All right, NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA. So SPY is now also triggering that neckline break. Look as the dollar's trying to peekaboo up. Pre-market low is being tested on the SPY. That's a big critical level. You lose pre-market low and you officially enter bearish territory in the market. Despite the indices being positive, it's never healthy to see that gap up lost. Okay, our 481 puts are in the money on NVIDIA. I want to ride it lower because we have triggered that head and shoulders. We're going to fucking print. Let's go. Sorry, I'm getting amped, but we are banking today on these day trades. We are absolutely crushing it. Holy shit. We are crushing it. All right, so SPY is back above that neckline. SPY is back above that neckline. You can see the Dixie is trying to pop out as well. Let's see the Dixie. This is a 10-minute chart of the Dixie. Nat gas is still up 3.2. Oil's up 0.84%. XOM is getting a little bit of a bounce here along with energy stocks. So that's a positive. The Russell is hitting support. It's oversold. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 10-minute down candles on the Russell into a major downsloping trend line here. So I'm expecting small caps maybe to get a bounce off of this area. You've had a hard sell right into a key trend line here on the Russell. I'm actually just going to draw this trend line in here from your pivot low. Look at that. That should yield a bounce probably back to this previous pivot zone here on the Russell. I would not be shocked if the Russell bounces here. If it doesn't bounce, that just means that the selling is going to be relentless probably all day. So let's see what type of action and bounce we get off this level. Yields are still down. The 10 years down 1.14. The 2 years down 1.44. NVIDIA's dumping here hard. NVIDIA is dumping here hard. Our 481 puts. You could secure profits if you want. I'm letting this ride. I'm letting this ride on NVIDIA. My 481 puts are printing. Let's go. Come on, baby. Fuck yeah. Sorry, but I'm so fucking stoked. The best thing is making huge amounts of money right before the FOMC decision because the volatility is only going to kick up even more, which means that we have so much profits to play with today before we actually get to that meeting. Holy shit. Yes. Go, NVIDIA. Go. Come on, NVIDIA. All right, so SPY, let's flip back to the SPY. SPY is testing pre-market low again. It's getting rejected at that key trend line. Let me just pull it up here. My freaking computer. I don't know what my cat was doing. My cat was, if it seems like I can't type on the stream, it's because I can't. My cat was playing on my keyboard, and I think she was messing around with some of the keys, and now they're sticky. So I'm going to have to kind of go through them one by one at the end of the day to try to correct them. But I have sticky keys on my keyboard because my freaking kitten has been playing. All right, so we're just waiting on these NVIDIA puts, Google puts, Q puts, XOM long, AR long. What else we got on the go? We're just watching these markets drift lower right now. Selling and profit taking has been happening. I'm just going to be right back. I'm getting a little bit hungry here, and I'm just going to grab some food. I'll be back in about 2 minutes or so. I'll still be watching things, and I'll let you know. But the Russell's still not bouncing that well off of that trend line. I'm just going to wait here because XOM is coming up into the next target. I don't like that oil's giving up a large lion's share of the gains along with nat gas. So that's why XOM is really struggling here. It is giving up a large share of the gains on XOM. I still like it though. I'm still holding, but I want to see it. We may get a flush on XOM to actually break these key pivot zones. But we are out of the money on XOM. This one has basically gone against us. You can see why. It's been just a sell side pressure program, but it's on light volume, which leads me to think that it's not a true sell-off that is occurring. NVIDIA puts are still printing here, guys. Our NVIDIA puts are still fucking printing. But we tap this trend line, and I will let you know if I add. Around that 97.79, 97.80, I will look to add. We're still holding above that pre-market low on the SPY, but testing and fighting this neckline right now as we speak. This neckline is looking very, very strong right now. Dollar's starting to perk back up a little bit. You can see the Dixie's testing its neckline as the SPY's testing its neckline. Which one's going to break? Throw your comments in the chat. Dixie gonna break or is the SPY gonna break? Which one's gonna break? Which one is going to break? All right, so I'm putting a resting order at 97.79 for XOM. I'm just gonna go grab a quick little snack, and I will be back in like 2 minutes or so. All right, we are back in the swing of things here. NVIDIA keeps dumping. Those puts are fucking printing for us. Please, please do yourself a favor and secure a little bit of profits here. I'm still holding. I think I'm going to squeeze this baby a little bit more. I'm up huge on this trade, but I want more. I'm going to be the greedy one today just because I think there's more weakness in the semis to come. But again, the prudent thing to do is to secure profits on these 0DTEs. So I'm encouraging you to take some profits, but I am personally going to ride. We're seeing the Dixie trying to break out here. That's likely going to yield some more upside in or downside in the market. Qs and SPY are retesting. Look at NVIDIA go. Let's go, man. Come on. Who's riding these 0DTEs with me? Fuck yes. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on. And this is the crazy thing is if the SPY loses this pre-market low, which right now we are testing it and getting rejected at that neckline, come on, baby. Flush it. Come on. Flush it, flush it, flush it. NVIDIA's still falling. Look at NVIDIA go. Yes. Yes. Let's go. It's almost to the negative side. Come on, NVIDIA. Go negative. Go negative. Come on, baby. Absolutely, Stefan. Yes, or Steven Stefan. Come on. Let's go. Ride these NVIDIA puts. We're banking, baby. Let's go. Look at this Dixie breaking out here. Woohoo! Let's go, man. Holy. All right, our AR trade is trying to break out to the upside. I'm just going to flip back to AR XOM. I did not add yet to the XOM trade. I am seeing oil trying to regain a lot of those price action that it lost, but AR is still trying to break out of this box formation here. We are long at 20.62 for a day trade. Come on, AR. Let's see what the markets are doing again. NVIDIA's still dumping. NVIDIA, come on, NVIDIA. NVIDIA's still selling, guys. NVIDIA is still selling. We need the markets to lose pre-market low here on the SPY and the Qs. Qs are testing pre-market low. SPY is technically above. Small bounce coming in. I'm still holding my NVIDIA puts because I am one greedy SOB today. I am one greedy SOB today. I want more on NVIDIA. I want more. This is where you get that initial bounce on the oversold RSI. And then we should see one more little lower low made in NVIDIA. Come on, baby. Let's get going. All right, time. I'm trying to prep my lunch here. Cutting my avocado. Fuck, we're banking. Look at this Dixie ripping. Anybody seeing this Dixie breaking out? This is going to put pressure on the markets, guys. Just be careful because the Dixie moving up here, yields are still negative, but people are pushing into the DXY right now. Market participants are pushing into the Dixie. XOM, AR getting a nice bounce. Come on, baby. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. SPY is still hovering at that pre-market low. They're keeping it elevated here. QQQ right on pre-market low. NVIDIA big bounce. NVIDIA big bounce. Steven, perfect. Thank you, Steven. Yes, sir. We riding. We riding today. We banking. Whoa, big move on AR coming into play here. AR is trying to break out. So again, we're holding a long trade on AR, and it did get that huge wick up all the way up to 2069. Huge volume coming in. This is likely going to break out. I'm holding firm. I'm riding strong. I want to see a move right into this gap fill at 2079. I think that's where AR is going. We just need natural gas to hold up. Look at this Dixie. Holy schmo. Oh my goodness, the Dixie's breaking out here of this pattern. 10-minute chart breakout is on watch. We want to see some confirmation. Damn, the Dixie's looking super, super strong. Holy moly. All right, so NVIDIA had that pretty big bounce. Pretty big bounce in NVIDIA, but the SPY is still technically struggling here. Hasn't regained the neckline. Even if it does regain the neckline, you can simply lower the neckline here now for a bigger downside target. But we'll stay with this one for now. SPY is holding above pre-market low. That's a good sign for the market. That's a really good sign for the market. That AR reversal, XOM's getting a little bit of a bounce. Bitcoin's still remaining strong here. We have Champions League soccer on. Lots of action across the board. Big breakout on the dollar. We're fucking banking today, guys. We are absolutely banking. Please, again, take this time to check out my Trading Capital Discord. We've entered a bunch of new trades recently in this month of December. I do believe we're going to see some big swings in the market heading into the new year. Lots of opportunities. Money is made on the turn in the market. You're still seeing the VIX green despite two indices green. So again, downside protection is slowly being accumulated. Slowly. So big bounce on NVIDIA. This is what you have to do if you're wanting to bank 1,000% or 500%. You got to sit through these swings, these bounces up, these bounces down. You know, often I did say securing profits is prudent. I did warn you because I expected a small bounce. Now the big question is, how much do we bounce here? The S&P is getting a nice big bid here because you can clearly see the dollar softening there, the S&P rising. Now, since we're back above that neckline, basically what you want to do is lower your neckline to here. So there's still a head and shoulders target in play. You're still making a right shoulder potential. You have your left shoulder, you have your head. The IWM is just getting absolutely sold into, not really bouncing. Yields are still negative on the session. Amen, Steven. That's what I like to hear. Snag those profits on NVIDIA. It's prudent to take profits. I'm still holding. We did basically get a negation of that original neckline, but now we're still forming a right shoulder potential in the S&P. I'm still liking NVIDIA for the downside. I still have my full 0 DTE position, which is in the fucking money. Could have secured profit, but I want more. I want to see that 478 breached. I want to see 478 breach, and I think we're going to get it. I think we're going to lose 478 and actually test that downside target around 476.30-ish. So I'm up huge on the position already. It could have pulled profits, but I'm being greedy. Still holding an AR long, an XOM long, puts on the Qs, puts on Google, puts on NVIDIA. Let's ride. It's now 1 o'clock. You're even seeing one of the heaviest weighted semiconductor, AVGO, pulling in from the highs. It's potentially about to trigger a little mini head and shoulders on AVGO. So go look back on the NVIDIA chart, how NVIDIA triggered that head and shoulders. AVGO is about to trigger that exact same one. Why is AVGO so important? Well, AVGO is one of the most overbought semiconductors in the market right now, and it is the heaviest weighted component in the SMH. So if AVGO triggers its head and shoulders, what is that going to do to the semis? It's going to drag the SMH and the SOXX down. So you could play potentially puts on AVGO right here, and it also should help our NVIDIA position go lower. And we're seeing NVIDIA getting sold right into yet again. So it seems like there's a lot of selling that is occurring here. The real thing that is staying strong and continuing to stay near the highs is Bitcoin. But again, I still think Bitcoin has had a bearish cross from the 3 and the 7. And this is just a short-term oversold bounce. Tesla's putting in a big 10-minute bear flag rising wedge. NVIDIA's still selling, almost trying to test the lows. Come on, baby. Let's get to that 477 and then lower from there. All right, so I'm back here. I'm ready to stay in front of this computer now. I've got my black coffee. I got my lunch. We've got puts. We're seeing and waiting this market. Dixie's still trying to move up. S&P's diverging. Take a look at what I think is going to be the detriment. And NVIDIA did make a new low there on that dip. So we're banking, Steven. Let's laugh. Woohoo! Look at AVGO. So AVGO, I was touching base, the largest weighted semiconductors, just triggered its head and shoulders. This is going to suck liquidity out of the semiconductor space as a whole because it is the heaviest weighted semiconductor. Even playing puts on this is lucrative, but we are riding our NVIDIA. Again, it is the heaviest weighted semiconductor component. So you have to expect it's going to suck more money out of the SMH and the Qs. That has triggered. That's why NVIDIA dipped below and made a new low there. So pay close attention because there's a lot unfolding here. The SPY is potentially trying to lose. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's go lower. Let's go fucking lower. Dixie's still surging here, guys. SPY is looking to close below pre-market low. Let's go. Still riding that Google 131 put. Sorry, Google 131 put. Our NVIDIA is well deep in the money. The dollar's still firming up here. Tesla's down 2.3, AMD's down 0.7, Microsoft's just slightly negative, down by 0.09. I want to see NVIDIA go negative. That's what I want to see. Come on, baby. Let's flush this. Flush these semis. AVGO's still weak. We want to see the whole semiconductor complex break down from here. Still long AR, long XOM. It's interesting to see Bitcoin still acting resilient here. Will it react to the dollar? That dollar wants to tag that 104 zone again. It's really looking likely that it wants to tag that 104 critical tightening mode. So pay close attention to that. SPY is testing pre-market low, Qs are testing pre-market low. We haven't got a definitive break below it just yet, but it's trying. AR is trying to push back up. Energy is catching a little bit of a bid here. Oil did pull in from the highs. And same thing with natural gas, but natural gas is still up about 2.94% on the session. Tesla's looking like a short off of this retrace again, especially if the markets break down. Tesla's also going to go lower. Google's putting in a little bearish flag on the 10-minute chart, looking to go lower as well. Oh my God, you know what I didn't even grab is a fork for my lunch. That's what I didn't grab. All right, NVIDIA's curling back over. Google's breaking. Take a look at this Google trade that I also called out. We took it at around that 132.20-ish area. We took 130.10 DTE puts. So basically Google, we're looking for a move down in Google to about here on the chart. So if Google can make a move down there, did put in some nice consolidation there to potentially break down. We're looking for a move down there on Google. And we could see it.
What price is SPX at right now?
IWM is breaking that trend line. Look at the SPY. It's also triggering the head and shoulders yet again. Come on, baby. Come on down. Come on down. So selling into the meeting. We are selling right now into the meeting. Look at that big bearish breakdown. Come on, NVIDIA. Fucking break. Get low. Dollar's pushing. Come on. Look at that nice breakdown on the SPY. Beautiful break and trigger of the head and shoulders. Come on. Come on, baby. We do have some Champions League soccer on for anybody that watches that. You have Man City playing right now, and then several games later. I'm waiting for hopefully Man City to go down, and then we play the counter trend. looking for a odd swing here. So I will take some action in the soccer games today. Hopefully Man City goes down. They're not fielding their greatest team, so there is a shot that they can lose. RB Leipzig is looking interesting, but these games, these two initial games in Champions League, they don't have anything to play for. They're both already qualified. It's the later games that look and appear to be a little bit heavier in the action. Oops, my apologies. I accidentally quit my main screen there. Oops. Let me just adjust that. Jesus, of course I closed my trading view window. All right, we're still seeing semi-sell, Google sell, Apple's bouncing, but Microsoft's curling down, so they're kind of canceling each other out at this present point in time. Bitcoin's still strong right now. The semis just flipped negative on the session. SOXX SMH is now negative on the session. Obviously, we touched base on AVGO, triggering that big bearish breakdown. So the SPY is back below pre-market low. I repeat, the SPY is back below pre-market low. So are the Qs and so are the Russell. That head and shoulders has triggered. You can still see that SPY triggering, Dixie breakout. If NVIDIA goes negative, Steven, you and I will both be popping some bottles, enjoying this celebration. That's for certain. That's for certain. And there's a shot. There is a shot of that weakness in AVGO. I mean, like if you look at NVIDIA chart, I'm actually just going to put on one screen for viewing right now. But look at this NVIDIA chart where we took it, right? We were watching this head and shoulders all the way up here break. And then that's when we took the trade, basically all the way up here on this neckline. And now look where AVGO is. Very similar setup. It just hasn't fallen yet and completed the majority of its downside move. So this is the heavier weighted SMH component, and it is going to drag the SOXX down, which look at this daily candle now forming on SOXS. That's a nice little potential candle. And look at the volume. Already 2 hours and 50 minutes left, and the volume is above average. So what that's telling me is that there's a huge amount of distribution that is occurring. Same thing on the semiconductor ETF here. Big distribution occurring. You know, your big level support is basically back at those pivots. Let's flip back to the SPY. Look at the TNA. Look at the Russell as well. So the IWM, we gave you that trend line and we said, okay, if the Russell is going to bounce, it should be bouncing here. And it's not doing so. I mean, it's getting absolutely obliterated right now. Look at that. Boom. Now, I do have a long trade trigger on the Russell, but this is a bearish wedge breakdown on the hourly chart, and we're nowhere near being oversold yet. So if we just take this high to this low, or the previous high, the only level that I would actually buy the Russell for a bounce trade is if we flushed into this 618, 185.11. So you can see we're still quite a ways away. We are entering that oversold condition, so you may get a bounce here at this 50% retrace 185. You know, that is an interesting level, especially with this extension move down, consecutive sell candles. But when markets go from an overbought zone and finally start to switch to that sell side pressure, things get really nasty, and you want to just let them play out. Because again, you know, a few people in the comments are saying these markets are just going crazy, up. They never pull back, but that's what happens. They swing so far to one side of the curve and then finally back over. But again, I'm a firm believer that every reaction has to have an equal and opposite reaction. And if you look at the overbought extension we have in the indices, we should get a very, very oversold condition to occur in the indices. Still watching AVGO. Markets are still selling here. Come on, NVIDIA, go negative. We're 0.41 cents, $2 away from going negative. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up already. Stop being a little biatch. Excuse my language. I don't like to swear on these streams, but you know what? When you're making money, you got to sometimes celebrate and just enjoy the little things. Enjoy the little things. All right, Man City's up 1-0 right now. So now if you're looking to chase, it's probably a way better risk to reward setup now picking the team that Man City is beating, because Man City's not playing a full strength team today. A lot of their starters are out because they're clinched the league. They've clinched their top spot division in the Champions League. So it's definitely not an important game. Right now it's 10-1 for Kurtzazovina, whatever. I don't even know how to pronounce that, to win. 5-1 for the draw. So I'm going to go for a draw on that game. Let's just see. It's a high-risk play, but we're banking today. The odds have now swung drastically with that goal. So I always like to let those odds swing a little bit so that you get more of an implied move. Amazon's now falling. Microsoft's continuing to fall. Bitcoin's still remaining resilient. Meta's put in a nice hammer reversal candle on the daily chart. Bitcoin's still above 42,000, ignoring the Dixie breakout. AVGO is going lower. Still holding puts on Google, still holding puts on NVIDIA, still holding puts on the Qs, still holding puts on, longs on AR, longs on XOM. But basically, we have banked on today's trading session. So congrats if you've been here partaking in the action. All right, NVIDIA is trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. Come on, NVIDIA. Just give it up already. You know you want to. You know the sell side pressure is too strong today. Just give it up. Give it up. Now, big dump on AVGO and NVIDIA there. Let's go! Come on, baby. Fucking flush it. SPY is coming into its gap fill. It's actually tagging it right now. The Qs have not filled its gap. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up, man. Give it up. Still holding strong here, NVIDIA. Just does not want to break these lows, but I'm still holding these puts, man. We are banking. If I get any sort of indication of a reversal, I will look to take my profits, and I will let you know, of course, if that happens. But as of now, I'm still holding steady. Coinbase getting a big surge up here. So spiders did fill the gap there. They basically went to the flat side. Russell's Dow now negative by more than 0.5%. Google's still selling. Amazon's still selling. Apple's really the thing that's propping this market sell-off. Apple's propping it up, so it's not seeing that much downside. All right, so I just made a little parlay. Newcastle to win, Leicester to win, FC Porto to win, and Man City to tie. 19-1. I put $10 on that. Pays 190. Pays 190. Let's see what else we can make here. But that's super, super risky. All right, NVIDIA's starting to curl back up here. I am seeing maybe a little bit of a inverted head and shoulders playing out on the 1-minute chart, which I'm not liking that because it does suggest there's a little bit of upside coming in NVIDIA and potentially the markets. So I'm just watching it closely. I mean, the upside would take us back to about 480 or so, give or take. You know, it hasn't officially done it yet, but I am watching it closely because things are looking like they are trying to break out here on the short-term time frame. I'm still seeing an exceptional amount of weakness in AVGO. What do you think of consolidation on Netflix now that we've had a couple hours to watch? Let me pull up the Netflix chart. Just give me a second. Let's take a peek. Yeah, honestly, like, believe it or not, Netflix could go higher. Netflix could go higher. I'm just going to erase everything here. Netflix could actually go higher. Netflix is the one chart, you know, just kind of like what Meta did, where Meta went absolutely parabolic, just nonstop running. Netflix really still hasn't filled that massive breakdown gap, and we're into the gap window now. So obviously it's really going to be depending on a market, but Netflix could go all the way up to 507, but you know, you are getting a nice daily crossover here of the RSI again. From that initial overbought territory, you had your big pullback, and now you're getting a crossover. Typically, that initial pullback from an oversold daily RSI, from an overbought daily RSI, gets you a big bounce to new highs. So I'm not shorting Netflix. It's actually looking a little bit more promising than most. You know, you do have, but it's a market trade. Intraday action, let's see if there's any sort of patterns to trade. Not really. I mean, just a whole lot of chop and slop. But daily chart still extended, but I'm not buying it long. I'm not shorting it. Really, it's a no touch for me. But it is looking like it wants to try to attack that gap fill at 507. But if the market breaks down, obviously things could certainly change. The Russell's getting pummeled here. The Russell 2000 is getting pummeled here. Let's check back on NVIDIA because that inverse head and shoulders appears to potentially be failing. I hope it does. So it's really a 1 minute chart pattern. And basically what I was looking at was you have your left shoulder, your head. You could be forming a right shoulder here. So you have a new neckline here. The other neckline that I was watching previously was basically here. And you can see we're back below that. But watching closely, we may have to just quickly take profits on NVIDIA depending on what it does here. Bitcoin is still acting well here. Holy cannoli. AR getting hit hard. AVGO still coming down. All right, NVIDIA's selling. Here we go. Let's dump it, NVIDIA. Give us new lows. Give us new lows. Take these puts to the promised land. Come on, baby. Print, print, print. Print these puts. Heavy volume coming in NVIDIA here. Qs are at gap fill. They haven't officially filled it. Qs are at gap fill. So there is a potential for a bounce here. You know what? The prudent thing to do is to take profits. Again, those 0DT 41 puts are well in the money. We took them all the way up here. They're well in the money. The prudent thing to do is to take profits here. Am I going to do that? Hell no. I ain't going to do that. I'm riding for a new low. Come on, NVIDIA. I am riding for a new low. I might be greedy, but damn right I am greedy today. Come on, NVIDIA. Give it up. Give it up. Now, there is the potential. The inverse head and shoulders is still potentially valid and intact. You need to get above this neckline. You're seeing some buyers step into the S&P right now. I actually have a long trade on the Russell 2000 coming up into play here. So keep the IWM chart on watch. I am interested in a long trade on the IWM. This is just a quick scalp. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing more, nothing less. NVIDIA going for new lows. Come on, baby. Dump it. Yes. Let's go. New lows. Yeah. Let's go, Steven. Ride these puts down. Ride them down. Riding dirty, baby. We are riding dirty. Look at that. Qs still have not filled its gap. I'm waiting for that gap to be filled at that 398.77. Come on, NVIDIA. Do one more little flush, NVIDIA. You have a big support level coming in NVIDIA right here. I'll show it to you on the 10, 20-minute chart. You have this flat bottom pivot zone over here, and you have your previous pivot high zone over here. So there is some support coming into NVIDIA. Downside still takes you to 474. Let's see if we can ride this a bit more. Come on, baby. Give us a... Oh, I stand correct. We did not get a new low, but the likelihood is there. We're very likely to get a new low. And you know what? I think I like Borussia Dortmund against PSG. For the top spot in the group, I think I like Dortmund against PSG. That's going to be a really interesting game. All right, NVIDIA getting a small bounce. Bitcoin trying to continue a move up. All right, IWM is coming up into target. Get ready on the IWM. We are going to take a long trade on the Russell 2000. It's almost to target. I'm looking at... Oh, you're getting some buyers stepping in right here. On my other screen, I have a long entry at 185.69. 185.69 gets me intrigued on the long side of the Russell 2000. This is going to be a 1/4 position if we get down to this level. Buyers are stepping in right now. All right, I'm going to probably take profits on Should I take profits on NVIDIA? It's starting to push up again. NVIDIA is starting to push up again. I'm still holding. Still holding. No, I'm going to ride. I'm going to ride it. As long as we don't get a break above this neckline here, I'm going to ride NVIDIA. Okay? You even can use this downsloping trend line as well. Come on, baby. Give us more downside, but keep that Russell on watch. It's the weakest indice. I do like it on the long trigger. Very, very shortly here. Just for a quick bounce trade, that's all. Nothing more, nothing less. On the Russell, I'll let you know if I get filled. Bitcoin still trying to break out here to the upside. NVIDIA getting a big bounce here. Still seeing weakness in AVGO. Downside target has not been fulfilled on NVIDIA or AVGO. So I suspect that there should be some more selling after we get an initial oversold bounce out of the way. Bitcoin's pushing for a new high of day, retesting the hourly reversal candle that it put in place. NVIDIA is getting a nice bounce with the indices. They are starting to move up on us. Still holding my NVIDIA put, my Google put, my QQQ 393 0DTE lotto play for this FOMC meeting. Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back. All right, IWM, I'm going to go long the Russell 2000. It's a starter position. I just got filled. Starter position there at 185.69. Long the Russell, the IWM. We gave you that target a little bit ahead of time. I'm actually going to secure profits on NVIDIA. I am, Steven. I've read this one down. I'm taking my profits at 478.92. What a banger of a trade on NVIDIA. I still have QQQ puts, Google puts, but I am seeing NVIDIA putting in potentially a lower high. I am expecting the markets to bounce here a little bit. So I took profits on NVIDIA. I just took that banger of a trade. Could it go lower? It absolutely could. But I'm taking my profits. Look at the sell-off in the Russell. Next entry on the Russell, if we go even lower, it's going to be here, that pivot. Again, this is a 1/4 entry. We will build a position and put ourselves in for a potential bounce trade. Those are the levels on the Russell. Okay? Giving you the parameters. I'm looking for a retrace all the way back up to about 185.94, give or take. NVIDIA is seeing some more distribution and selling. Tesla's now coming down. Here comes the Russell bounce potential. Ooh, I just added to my AR at 2050 play 2. I added to AR at 2051, a potential failed breakout here, but I still like that natural gas is strong on the session. Notice how we tried breaking out of this range, got rejected, and now we're selling off. So I did just add at 2051 on AR. And this is a long trade. Still holding a long trade on XOM. So now we have a 3/4 position long on AR. Our average is sitting here at 2056. 2056. One more little add, about 10 to 15 cents lower. I will call it out on the screen. Still holding an XOM trade, which is still just trying to potentially bounce, but not liking the fact that oil has declined sharply. Look at this Russell bounce right off of our level. That Russell bounce is huge. Big bounce. All right, move your stop on the Russell. I'm moving my stop loss in the money on the Russell. 185.76 stop. Come on, get a little bit higher here. Come on, Russell. Don't fall too quickly here. Come on. But protect the trade. All right, I just added to my XOM. Final entry on XOM at 97.80. 97.80. My average now in XOM is 98.05, so we are out of the money, but that is okay. I still think there's a chance that if oil firms up, we should see, but I don't like that bear flag. 98.05 is my average on XOM. I will not be adding any more to this position. Win, lose, or draw. Basically now, if we start closing on a 10-minute basis outside of this upsloping trend line, or actually if you lose this pivot here, that's probably going to be my stop loss on the trade, this 97.66 area. Okay, let's flip back to the Russell 2000. Still holding this one. You did get a little 10-minute reversal candle. That 10-minute reversal can be bought. That 10-minute reversal. We're still holding long the Russell. A put on the Google, a put on the Qs, long on AR, and long on XOM. I have one more add entry on AR. I apologize, that one's going against us just a tad, but there's still a lot of hope for that specific trade. It's just a weak market as of now. All right, XOM is going lower as well. So is AR, so the energy is continuing to see some weakness. Oil has softened quite substantially. You've had basically 2 hours of selling in oil. 2 consecutive sell hours in oil. You still holding those puts, Steven? You the man. I close hot. Printing either way. Nice job, Steven. Nice fucking job. Way to secure those profits. Way to bank. We just never know. We have about 27 minutes till the FOMC meeting. You know, markets have sold off from the highs. They could obviously sell more. Apple's trying to make new highs. So Apple is really insulating this market from going too low. There's a lot of selling that is taking place, but Apple's diverging. I still didn't get wicked out there. We did not get that 1 minute close on the Russell. So I'm still in. As soon as we get a pierce below, all right, there, I just got stopped out on the Russell. Now we look for a retrace. We did get that 10-minute bottoming tail. We look for a new low to be made in the Russell and we buy it again. Okay, so I am interested in going long the Russell again. I want to see a new low made, and then we buy it again. I'll let you know once I take the trade. Come on, Russell. Get going. So Russell's still trying to move here. All right, guys, I'm going to take 480 call, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. 480 call, 0 on NVIDIA. Flipping now to the bullish side. 480 call, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. I'm expecting a move up in NVIDIA here. 480 call, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. We could be triggering an inverse head and shoulders. You do have the potential. I would not be surprised if markets get a small bounce here. I'm still looking for the Russell to make that new low, but you do have a left. Whoops, that's not the right pen brush. You do have this potential here. This is a potential here. 480 call, 0 DTE on NVIDIA. It's a high risk trade, but we just banked on the put side. Now we're looking for a move. Apple's pushing, Apple's ripping. New high of day on Apple. New high of day on Apple. XOM's getting a bounce. Let's see if NVIDIA can take us to the promised land now on the call side. How epic would that be? Russell never made a new low, so I did not take the next trade. So I think we're going to get like another half an hour upside move into the Fed meeting. I think the markets will get an upside move into the Fed meeting. AR is continuing lower. XOM's bouncing. Come on, NVIDIA. Get that 480. Bitcoin's seeing some heavy sell pressure now. All right, so that NVIDIA where it took that 0DT 480 call. I'm liking the strength in Apple now. Semis are a little oversold. XOM's getting a small bounce. We're still riding a long trade on AR. That one's going against us slightly. We're riding an XOM long trade. That one's trying to bounce slightly out of the money. NVIDIA is still super, super weak at this area. You can see it is holding this trend line breakout though. It is trying to hold this short term. This is very, very micro pattern trading. All right, look at this NVIDIA pump. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's get, just like we're playing the put side there, we're now playing calls on NVIDIA. We're seeing it pump. This upside inverse head and shoulders has triggered the neckline. We could see a move all the way up to 480. We just need 480. We took 0 DTE calls right at that low channel here before we had that impulse green candle breakout. Come on, NVIDIA. Get up there. Let's go! Pay us on both sides, the long and the short side. Come on, baby. Come on. The Russell 2000 almost made a new low there. Come on, AR is starting to pick back up. So is XOM. Come on, baby. Push up here, push up. Who's playing the calls with us now? I don't care which way the market is going. We play both directions. Calls, puts. Let's go. Come on, NVIDIA. Push up, push up, push up. We need these 480 calls to get in the money. Steven, are you playing this with me again? We played the put side down. We rode that down. Now we're playing the calls. All right, NVIDIA is just consolidating above that breakout zone. I know there's a couple new people that joined. Just bear with me while I send out your welcome email. All right, John, if you're in the audience, I just sent out your welcome email. I apologize for the delays. Feel free to check out the link. All right, NVIDIA's continuing to break. We're 50 cents away from being in the money. Come on. Let's get up there, NVIDIA. Push, push, push. We need a little push. AR's pushing. XOM's almost green. Come on, we're still seeing some upside bias starting to occur. Obviously, the Fed meeting is set to take place in the interest rate decision is set to take place in T minus 15 minutes. 15 minutes. I want these NVIDIA calls to be in the money before that Fed meeting, which is looking likely. Let's get these calls in the money. Starting to pump again on NVIDIA. Yes, let's go. Let's freaking go. Come on, NVIDIA. Let's push up. Let's push up. AVGO is getting a big bounce, so that's lifting the whole SMH component. Qs are tapping pre-market low, so this is a big resistance area on the Qs, but we should see a little bit of a continuation move here. Come on, NVIDIA. Get your butt up there. Get your butt up there. We're almost there. As soon as we hit that 480, it's going to be prudent, again, to take profits. We're about, come on, 30 cents away, NVIDIA. Squeeze, 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 baby. Squeeze. Come on, NVIDIA. Oh, we're almost tapped that. Come on. One more little bump up in NVIDIA. Let's ride these calls. Come on. We're almost there. We're 28 cents away from 480 calls. Come on, NVIDIA. Get up there, get up there, get up there. I will be securing profits as soon as we hit those 480s in the money. I don't want to stick around because the Fed meeting is coming. All right, calls are 8 cents, 5 cents, 4 cents for being in the money. It tapped that 480. Come on. It tapped that 480, guys. It tapped that 480. We went in the money briefly there. We're seeing some sell side pressure, but we did tap that 480. We did tap that 480. I'm still in. I'm still in. Come on, one more little bump up. Come on, one more little move up, NVIDIA. We did tap 480, so you could have secured briefly there. I did not. We're still banking. Come on, I want to see it pierce through that level. Getting a nice crossover of the MAs. SPY is still trying to tap pre-market low. Has a little bit more to go. Qs are back above pre-market low. There it is. I'm securing my profits. I just took my calls. I secured profits. They're in the money. The prudent thing to do is to secure your profits. It could go higher. The upside target takes you all the way to about 480.77. I secured profits. 480 calls. Boom. Thank you very much. Well done. Well freaking done. Wow, look at that squeeze. Holy NVIDIA, go. Whoa. Wow. What an epic trade. All right, I'm going to take NVIDIA puts. I'm going to take 478 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. 478 0DTE puts on NVIDIA. We're now looking to flip back again. I think the market, let's see, 478 puts are down here again. Might be risky. It might be risky here. But we're now playing with profits. This is a small size position here. All right, look at XOM go. So we are holding XOM on the long side here. It had that bearish breakdown, almost a fake bearish reversal breakdown. This thing's going to rip now. Now that you had that bear flag, fake breakdown, 10-minute bottom candle, look at XOM go. This thing is going to fly now. Oil's back up 0.9%. It is ripping higher here. Dollar's taking a breather. AR is starting to basically also move higher now. AR is starting to move higher. So we're back on the put side on NVIDIA. We're in puts. We took profits, mega profits. Then we flipped to calls. 0 DTEs went in the money on both sides of the trade. Now we're back in 478 0 DTE puts on NVIDIA. We're still holding common shares long on XOM. Let's look at what the S&P 500 is doing at this technical level. Let me be clear. We have 10 minutes left until the market until the Fed gives their interest rate hike decision. So definitely keep your wits about you. Definitely keep your wits about you because things could get really. Notice how we're retracing now on the S&P. Back to the head and shoulders neckline. This is a big level. It also coincides with the pre-market low. Haven't even so much action here on the long and the short side. I haven't even been able to eat my lunch. NVIDIA. So again, we're back on those 478 puts, 0 DTEs. We took them basically up here. Let's see what type of action. Now we're falling. Look at this price action. Is wild. Holy smokes. Wow. This is friggin' wild. All right, I may not hold these puts down there because we are approaching that time frame where things are a little risky. XOM, we're basically flat on XOM. We're basically flat on XOM. And I kind of want to get out of the market with these QQQ or these NVIDIA puts just because I don't know what the volatility. I mean, we could have a big dump, but I just don't know the volatility that is set to commence after we get that FOMC rate hike. Yields are down over 1%. VIX is being bought up. Protection to the downside has been being bought. Let's look at the QQQ. I'll monitor NVIDIA from my other screens, but the Qs now could be putting in an inverted head and shoulders. You have a left shoulder here. You have a head. You should see a little bit more of a pullback to form a right shoulder. And then your neckline would basically be, wherever this high pivot stops. I don't think this is enough of a right shoulder. I don't like it, although it could constitute, I mean, it could, but I don't like it personally. It does not fit my criteria for a little bit of a reversal accumulation pattern. I could be wrong, and it looks like it's trying to break out here. So let's assume it is. Takes you back to about 399.69 on the Qs. That would be a pretty big rally, definitely. All right, since we're rallying into this meeting, I'm just going to get out of these puts on NVIDIA. Let me just see if we get a retrace. All right, I'm going to close NVIDIA puts here. Basically, just slight gain on them. Slight gain, but I am going to close them because we are approaching that FOMC, and I would rather wait for the reaction. So here's the game plan for the FOMC. Let's assume we spike up. That spike should be faded. I repeat. Qs are still pushing up. I'm still holding a Google put, a 131.0 DTE. I'm holding a QQQ lotto play, 0 DTE, 393. I mean, that one's way, way, way farther than out of the money. But again, it could happen. But if we spike on that FOMC rate hike, I'm shorting. I'm shorting. If we drop, I have technical buy levels on the downside as well that I'll be watching. AR were flat, XOM were flat, Bitcoin's pulled in from the highs. Meta's had an absolute face ripper. Big bounce coming in the Russell, the SPY, the Qs. Just like that, they raise the magic wand and rip it. That's okay. We've banked huge today on our trades. So expect an initial reaction with this rate decision. If they cut, that's a little bit historically, cuts are very negative for equities. But if they cut, I do expect an initial pump. Even if he pauses, I expect an initial pump. Just because the markets have been in exuberant mode. We short that pop. So take your pick. Apple's trading at the high, so the risk reward potentially favors more downside. But I'm just going to stick with probably the indices. And I'm just going to flip the screen here so we can see the Dixie chart down below, which technically did break out. And we'll watch the QQQ. I am going to go to the 2-minute chart on the Qs just so that we can see a little bit more price action. We had that original head and shoulders. We achieved the downside target. All right, get ready, guys. In 3 minutes. 3 minutes. So QQQ obviously triggered that upside. I like QQQ for a short. If you throw in a fib retrace of this whole high to low down move, if QQQ spikes all the way back up to the 618-400, that's where I will short it. Okay? So get ready on the Qs. If we spike there, I will short it. I do have buy levels down below, but they are way, way down below. Way, way down below. All right, so let's see. We're coming up to the rate hike decision. We are coming up to the rate hike decision. Dollar has triggered a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. XOM were flat. AR were flat. Bitcoin still at the highs. Apple's at the highs. NVDA off of the lows. We're just holding QQ or a QQQ put. Lotto play. We're holding a Google put. And we're holding a couple longs in the energy sector right now. All right, 1 minute till the interest rate, 48 seconds. We are getting a market push. Now a reversal. Big candle down on SPY. Seems like the hike is out. Rates are slowly. Here we go. Volatility is creeping in, guys. Volatility is creeping in. That spike up. Watch that spike up. SPY is getting rejected at the neckline. SPY did get rejected at the neckline. Big drop coming in the SPY. Big spike coming in Qs. Get ready to short. I'm short 400.13. We hit that level. Look at that big spike. Look at that spike. We shorted at 400.13. That was a big, big spike there. Big, big spike. Dollar just getting obliterated. Dollar just got obliterated. Massive, massive move up. It's just a starter position on the Qs. We are moving up here. All right, so we short on that spike. We called for that. Dollar's still pushing. S&P's ripping. High of day now on S&P. We're short the Qs at 400.13. Starter position. I will add at the double top 400.78. Wow, what a spike on NVIDIA. Holy. What a move. Double top we will add to the Qs. Holy. Yields just dropping. Yields dropping. Double top is the next entry on the Qs. Get ready. Double top is the XOM. We're in the money. I'm trimming my AR 2072. I just sold my AR 2072. Boom. QQQ, we're still holding short. AR I sold at 2. We still have an XOM long that is spiking. Look at this volatility. What an epic move. Look at XOM. Go. Go. We're going to screw the dollar right now because the dollar's just getting obliterated. Look at that move. Wow. Double top. We will add to the Qs here at double top. All right, I just added to the Qs there. 400.79. 400.79. Second entry brings our average to 400.58. We have a 2 forced position short on the Qs. 400.58 is our average on the Qs. We are ripping some more here. We are ripping some more. Wow. What a move. All right, next ad level on the Qs is 401.2. 401.2. We will short it again for our third entry. What a rip. Holy moly, the volatility is insane. So we're just waiting on the Qs. New high of day just made on the Qs there. New high of day on the QQQ. We have an average of 400.58 short on the Qs. 400.58 short on the Qs. NVIDIA at this level is a short. I'm going to short NVIDIA, just common shares, 483.60. 483.60. I got filled at a starter position on NVIDIA. So we have a QQQ short and NVIDIA short. Starter position on NVIDIA, half a position on the Qs, still holding our XOM long, which it's ripping. NVIDIA, I will add above 485. Above 485, I will add on NVIDIA. But what a drop in the dollar. Dollar got absolutely, the 2-year yield's down 3.87%. Are they pivoting? Holy. Wow. What an epic move. What a move. Holy moly. Let's take a look at NVIDIA. Let's take a look at NVIDIA now. Again, this is a pump right before Powell. Right before Powell, we have a half position short on the Qs. The next entry is 401.20 on the Qs. 401.20 on the Qs. NVIDIA recaptured that neckline just like that. But we are short at 483.60. 483.60. We have a 1/4 position on NVIDIA. We wait for that profit taking. All right, QQQ is pushing up again to the next entry. So we're just watching dual screens here on the Qs. NVIDIA as well. Small bounce on the dollar. Bitcoin hasn't made new highs. All right, high risk lotto play. I'm taking an IWM 185 0 DTE put. IWM 185 0 DTE put. 185 0 DTE put on the IWM. All right, we're going to add to NVIDIA. If we pierce that 485, I want to see it pierce 485. All right, Qs we added to our position, our third entry on the Qs. It brings my average up to 401.04. And we are squeezing. All right, NVIDIA is tapping that next entry there. I just took a fill at 485.10 on NVIDIA. 485.10 on NVIDIA. Final entry on the Qs will be a 402. 402. Let's see if this market gives any sort of a pullback. So our average on NVIDIA is now sitting here at, just like that, we're in the money. Qs were slightly out of the money. We have a 401.02 average. 401.02 average. So the initial reaction is phenomenally positive. Phenomenally positive. I have to go to my friggin' charts to really see what is going on here. We did fill that weekly gap fill on the S&P 500. We are above that area now as we speak. All right, NVIDIA's seeing some hard sell side pressure now. Look at that. We're in the money on our NVIDIA short. We're in the money on our QQQ. Come on, baby. We took that IWM 185 Lotto 0 DTE put. Big candle coming down on the Qs. Same thing with NVIDIA. Come on, give us a little bit more downside. So interest rates were held steady at 5.5%. They were held steady at 5.5%. The semis are starting to rip some more. So we're waiting on our QQQ short. We're waiting on an NVIDIA short. We still have an XOM long, which we're nicely in the money. We took profits on our AR. Beautiful to see. Let's see if we get any sort of downside in the market. I'm holding that Russell 2000 0 DTE put. It's going against us right now, but we have a lot of time left still in this session. Small cap stocks are starting to squeeze. NVIDIA's had a pretty big pullback here. Qs were almost flat. Come on, NVIDIA. It's interesting to see NVIDIA not taking out of the high, which is showing some relative weakness. The Qs, the SPY, the Russell all made a new high. NVIDIA did not make a new high. That's a little bit of a negative divergence from the market that you have to respect and observe. We are consolidating here on NVIDIA. There is a potential that it can scream higher. Dollar's trying to catch a small little bounce here. Come on, NVIDIA, give it up a little bit. Just fall a little bit more. Bitcoin's starting to rip. Gold is acting well now as well. Got a nice big boost on gold. All right, I'm going to exit my... No, you know what? I'm going to hold it still. I'm going to hold NVIDIA. It's only a half position. Qs are still pushing up on us. Has not hit that 402 level. That's where we add again to our short side. But what a move up. You know, just when you think the markets can't get any more overbought, what do? They get more overbought. All right, so NVIDIA's still squeezing. Again, we took profits on our AR position. Still holding an XOM. Short NVIDIA common shares. Carvana's absolutely ripping as well. Wow. What a move. What a move. Damn squeeze. What an absolute squeeze. So we've caught a little bit of that upside. We're just inching ourselves into some short positions off of this rally. 402 I will add to my short on the Qs. We are shorting NVIDIA, which we're in the money already. Half position size there. Relative weakness in NVIDIA. It did not take out its highs. So there's still a lot of selling that is occurring in the semiconductor space that you have to be mindful of. There's a lot of selling that still is occurring in the semiconductor space. Look at NVIDIA fall here. Let's see if we get some more downside. Qs are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure here. Holding up though. They are holding at the highs. Typically the first move, you get that big pop, which is what we did, and then Powell comes in with the hammer. We'll see, unless he just rips this market higher. But I find I'm hard pressed to sense that aspect. I think he's going to come in being more aggressive because he kind of has to be. Qs were now flat. NVIDIA's still falling, so we're catching this downside move on NVIDIA. It is falling here. Let's see if we can get some more downside. Tesla had a big pump. Remember, Tesla's been weak all day. The pop could be shorted on Tesla. This is just a market pop. But Qs are definitely where the relative weakness is. XOM still moving up. We're in the money nicely over 98.16 average. We're now at 98.41, so we are seeing that move up nicely. NVIDIA is still one of the weaker strength plays where you have the market making new highs, but NVIDIA is not doing so. I took a lotto play on the Russell 2000, a 185 0DT put on the IWM. Super risky. Expect a loss on this trade. Do expect a loss on that trade. But they held steady. Yields collapsed. Yields absolutely collapsed. All right, I'm just going to protect NVIDIA with a break-even stop just in case. Just in case. You never know. So we are in the money, but I am protecting it with a break-even stop just in case things start to falter a little bit here. Still want to build into my QQQ short position if we get a move above 402. 402. Oil shot up there. Bitcoin's still climbing. NVIDIA's seeing some sell side pressure though. But they held interest rates at that 5 and the markets are rejoicing. Rejoicing for 5% rates. Qs are actually relatively weak right now. The SPY is still holding the majority of its gains, whereas the Qs now are seeing some downside. Apple's still at the highs of the session, so Apple was holding firm all day. So NVIDIA is trying to make another move up. Bitcoin's at 42.4. Dixie's still making new lows here. The Dixie is making new lows, I repeat. So let's see if Powell comes in with the hammer now. So we banked all day. We're now accumulating off of this pop on the short side because markets are still absolutely overextended. Doesn't mean they can't go up, which is why we just slowly build into our position. We have a break even on NVIDIA. I have another entry on the Qs at 402. 402. All right, so you can see NVIDIA still has not taken out the highs. Qs are at the highs, SPYs are at the highs, Russell's at the highs. Dollar getting absolutely demolished. It's now retraced all the way back to the neckline breakout. Yields, the 2-year yield's down 4.18%, a whole 100 basis points spread from the Fed fund rate. NVIDIA sees some downside. But just like that, the Qs go up 0.7. The Russell went from red down 0.5% all the way up, now 1.18%, leading the charge. The Russell went from the worst performing indice to now the best. What a magnificent price action day. Wow. It's insane. Absolutely ludicrous. Wow. Massive, massive moves. So again, we're now short NVIDIA. We're short the Qs. I'm still holding a Google put, a lotto play on Qs, and a lotto play on the Russell. The Russell looks like it wants to head to the gap fill, which is sitting at 189.95. Wow, guys, CVNA is just squeezing here. QQQ new high, 402. I will add again. We have a break-even stop on NVIDIA. Whoa. Look at UPST. UPST could be in for a big squeeze here. I'm just going to buy UPST on the long side as kind of a little bit of a speculation trade here. Let me just draw in my support and resistance here. I never like buying markets when they've just had this magnificent move. I like to get at least a little bit of a pullback. All right, AVGO is coming down now. So this is where the Qs may get some resistance. SPY did make a new high, dollar new low below 103.13. Holy. All right, NVIDIA stopped me out for break even there. NVIDIA did stop me out for break even. If we push up to double top, I will short it again. But I'm liking, all right, Qs are coming up to 402. Get ready to add. 402. Come on, baby. 402. Get there. Get there. Push. Massive pump right ahead of PAL. Massive pump right ahead of PAL. All right, 402 just tapped. I just added. That brings us now to 401.48 on the Qs average. Let's see what type of action we get. Negative divergence on the 10-minute chart. Lower RSI, higher price action. All right, I'm going to re-short NVIDIA here. 484.69. I just got filled at 484.69. Just shorting common shares. This is a 1/4 position on NVIDIA. We already have a full QQQ position here. Silver's up 2.27% now. VIX is still green, surprisingly. Still holding an XOM long. NVIDIA short, QQQ short. All right, we're going to add to our IWM put if it hits that 189.95 gap fill. It's 50 cents away. And I'll add to NVIDIA basically at the double top here, these pivots. Holy, Qs are still pushing. SPY new high of day. Apple's surging. Markets are in absolute squeeze and surge mode. We have 7 minutes till Powell. Seven minutes till Powell. All right, I'm exiting my XOM trade here for a quick little gain. It's a 28-cent gain, 98.34 exit on XOM for a nice 28 cents per share gain. Nice little lunch money. So I took profits on that. Just we're too extended in the charts right now. I think there's going to be some pullbacks. You know, the exuberance in this market has just gone absolutely a little bit too crazy right now. Qs are still pushing. All right, I have one more entry on the Qs. If we push all the way up to 402.70, that will be my final entry short on the Qs. You know, there's always a chance that Powell can actually push this higher, but I'm seeing this negative divergence in NVIDIA. Qs making new highs, SPY making new highs, NVIDIA not making new highs. All right, so NVIDIA were in the money. Qs were slightly out of the money. Qs are seeing a little bit of resistance here. Dollar's trying to catch a small minor pop. Apple's still at the highs. NVIDIA's selling off pretty sharply here. So this is nice little potential 10-minute topping tail forming. Good. All right, Qs are coming in pretty hard now. So this is why we build into shorts and we just slowly build our positions. So NVIDIA's still coming in a little bit. Bitcoin's still hovering at the highs. Apple's still strong at the highs. NVIDIA's still just hovering at that neckline, holding. Apple's just continuing to surge up 1.39%. So Apple's basically single-handedly lifting this market right now. But the big press conference now of Jerome Powell is set to occur shortly in about 4 minutes. In about 4 minutes, we will have the chairman, Jerome Powell, speaking. All right, Qs are seeing a little bit of selling here. SPY's still holding up at the highs. Apple's still at the highs. NVIDIA has not made a new high. I'm stressing this because all indices made a new high, but NVIDIA not. So that's a little bit of relative weakness in the major leading semiconductor component. Okay. All right, GameStop is squeezing. GME is squeezing. We can look to potentially play longs on GME. The call wall was just breached. We can look to potentially play GME for a short squeeze here via calls. The call wall was just breached. We could see a move up to $17. You have resistance at 17 and 16.50, but we are in an absolute squeeze mode on GME right now. I'm looking at GME. I'm waiting to see if there's an entry. It's at 1606. It's at 1607 now. Slowly upticking. Wow, XOM came in there. Good take profits on XOM there. Look at NVIDIA. Still holding our short on NVIDIA here. Still holding our short as the Qs are seeing a little bit of distribution at these highs. Will we form a 10-minute topping tail? All right, NVIDIA's faltering here some more. Apple's now seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Amazon, Google are still holding up. Meta's looking a little bit weaker. All right, there goes NVIDIA, guys. We're banking on our NVIDIA trade, so nice job. Come on. This would be an epic reversal if the Qs finish with the topping tail today. We're up on NVIDIA nicely. We're up over $1.75 a share. Come on. Qs are still pushing up. Russell's about to tag gap fill. The Russell is about to tag gap fill. NVIDIA, look at NVIDIA dumping here. Look at NVIDIA dumping. Let's go, man. Come on. Yes. I love relative weakness. Again, we saw all indices make new highs. What did NVIDIA do? It did not take out its high. Look at this dump coming in. We're flat on the Qs. We're in the money heavy on NVIDIA. I'm putting an in the money stop on NVIDIA now. An in the money stop on NVIDIA. Right there at 483.71. Powell is speaking.
But inflation is still too high. Ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain. As we look ahead to next year, I want to assure the American people that we're fully committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal.
Look at the Qs. Look at NVIDIA. Oh, damn. Moving stops down. Moving stops. Come on. Come on, NVIDIA. Go. Come on. Come on, NVIDIA. Fall. Qs fall. We're in the money on both. Come on, come on.
And the full effects of our tightening likely have not yet been felt. Today, we decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. Given how far we have come, along with the uncertainties and risks that we face, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will make decisions about the extent of
We are getting bought up a little bit. Stop in the money stop is in place. Powell is speaking. Qs were flat.
And the balance of risks. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has slowed substantially from the outsized pace seen in the third quarter.
Still holding short the Qs and NVIDIA with the in the money stop on NVIDIA. Come on, get a flush.
Consumer demand as well as improving supply conditions. After picking somewhat over the summer, activity in the housing sector has flattened out and remains well below the levels of a year ago, largely reflecting higher mortgage rates. Higher interest rates also appear to be weighing on business fixed investment. In our summary of economic
All right, NVIDIA just stopped me out for a gain there. It did just stop me out for a nice little gain. Still holding my QQQ short. All right, I'm going to short Tesla here. 233.47 starter position. 233.47 short Tesla. Still holding my Qs.
Strong job creation has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers. The labor force
Qs are basically pushing right back up.
25 to 54 years, and immigration has returned to pre-pandemic levels. Nominal wage growth appears to be easing, and job vacancies have declined.
Qs are pushing. Big push coming in the Qs.
Gap has narrowed. Labor demand still exceeds the supply of available.
I'll add to Tesla at this double top.
FOMC participants expect the rebalancing in the labor market to continue.
Qs new high, SPY new high.
The median projection in the SEP rises somewhat from 3.8% at the end of this year to 4.1% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased over the past year.
Qs are new highs. 402.70 on the Qs. Watch 402.70.
And other data, we estimate that total PCE prices rose 2.6% over the 12 months ending in November. And that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.1%. The lower inflation readings over the past several months are welcome, but we will need to see further evidence to build confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably toward our goal. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters.
NVIDIA still has not made a new high. Back to our original short entry on NVIDIA.
As evident from the SEP, we anticipate that the process of getting inflation all the way to 2% will take some time.
All right, I just added there.
The SEP is 2.8% this year, falls to 2.4% next year, and reaches 2% in 2026. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher cost of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We're highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our and we're strongly committed to returning.
Qs are still moving. I did add to my Qs there.
As I noted earlier, since early last year, we have raised our policy rate by 5.25 percentage points, and we have decreased our securities holdings by more than $1 trillion. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy is putting downward pressure on economic activity and inflation. The committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5%, and to continue the process of significantly reducing our securities.
Tesla I just added here as well. I did add on that Pierce, 234.50. It brings my average up to 234.05. Qs we're sitting at an average of 401.92. We are out of the money. That's okay though. This market's gone absolutely insane, ballistic. Yields have collapsed.
We're committed to achieving a stance of monetary policy that is sufficiently restrictive to bring inflation sustainably down to 2% over time, and to keeping policy restricted until we're confident that inflation is on a path to that objective. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. While participants do not view
The Qs are still ripping. Dollar's down 0.8%.
neither do they want to take the possibility off the table. If the economy evolves as projected, the median participant projects that the
NVIDIA still hasn't taken out the highs despite the Qs ripping.
at the end of 2024, 3.6% at the end of 2025, and 2.9% at the end of 2026, still above the median longer-term rate. These projections
So we have a full position short in the Qs. We have a half a position short in Tesla.
evolve as projected.
I will add to Tesla finally at this 235.74 area.
And price stability goals. In light of the uncertainties and risks and how far we have come, the committee is proceeding carefully. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by
We're almost at all-time highs on the Qs. We're a few dollars away from all-time highs on the Qs, guys. All-time highs on the Qs are going to be breached. Wow. All-time highs on the Qs are about to be breached. We got that pivot.
Economic activity and inflation, and economic and financial developments. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored.
All-time highs are almost being breached.
Potential to set the stage for achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the longer run. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities.
Tesla seeing some sellers.
Country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
All right, so now this is where you short the pops in this move.
Thank you, Chris Regiver at Associated Press. I wanted to ask, how
But markets are still uptrending here. They're trying to squeeze it to the all-time highs. We're basically 1.4% away from all-time highs. Wow. Wow. Bitcoin's testing 43,000 now.
We do say that in determining the extent of any additional policy firming that may be appropriate, so any additional policy firming in that sense. So we added the word any as an acknowledgement that we believe that we are likely at.
Okay, we are at 300%.
For this cycle.
Look at the squeeze that is occurring in the market.
500% on the 30.
We are ripping.
That's what we wrote down. But participants also didn't want to take the possibility of price.
Look at this rally. Will we get a pullback at all? Time will tell. Still an hour and 20 left in the session. All right, so NVIDIA is now falling. Tesla, we have a half position short in Tesla, full position short in the Qs. NVIDIA is falling sharply here. What a squeeze, though. What a squeeze. You have oil up 1.1. Apple's flying at the highs of the session. Qs are still forcing new highs. So is the Russell 2000. I mean, look at this market. Just absolute extension. But it is what it is right now. Good thing we banked earlier on. It's insulating us. I do anticipate a pullback and a retracement buying opportunity. If this rally is to hold, I expect a pullback and retracement buying opportunity. But right now, people are just chasing. Anything they can buy, they're buying. NVIDIA is now pushing up. So now NVIDIA is getting participation. You have the S&P up 1%, Q's up 1.2, the Russell's up 2.3. Gold is up 1.86%. Still just waiting on a Tesla short. I'll add here for the third time at 235, building in a position. Full position on the Qs, out of the money, but that's okay. I mean, we could still get a small pullback, which would take us back in the money, but things are just squeezing here. Looks like Apple is gunning for a new all-time high. Apple's about to hit a new all-time high. Apple all-time highs at 198.20-ish. All right, hard candle down there. Big sell side candle on the SPY and the Qs. Dollar still making new lows. All right, get ready to add to Tesla here. It is approaching next add level. All right, Tesla's about to get tagged for the next entry. Here we go. The Russell's just screaming higher. NVIDIA still hasn't taken out the highs. All right, I'm adding to my Tesla here at 235.50. 235.50. I just added to my Tesla short. Brings my average up nicely to 234.80. And then we will do one final entry on Tesla. Let me just see here. It's going to be at 236.90. Still no pullback since Powell started. We got that huge rip on the rate decision and then a huge rip on Powell. Usually you don't get a double rip. There's been no profit taking. At some point, we're going to see profit taking. Still negative divergence in NVIDIA. NVIDIA has not made new highs, and it's actually starting to curl over now. Qs are seeing a little bit of selling, but the Russell 2000 is just ripping here. Ripping higher, the Russell 2000. The Dow flipped green. So now we're seeing a big FOMO squeeze rally occurring on Wall Street. A big FOMO squeeze right into the year end. All right, Tesla's pushing up to next target. We did just add there at 236.92. I got filled at 236.92. Brings my average up to 235.74. Tesla's still trying to move up here. Qs are still grinding higher. So now we wait. We have trades on Tesla. We have trades on the Qs. And we just wait patiently. Dollar's still falling. Yields are down. The 2-year yield is down 6%. 6% down on the 2-year yield, which is why small caps are just outperforming everything. Wow. Retracing back to the neckline. This is a huge level for Tesla. You can see Tesla wants to try to recapture this area. Bitcoin softening from the highs despite the dollar still trending lower. All right, Qs are now seeing, but still being bought up here. Likely this is now a short squeeze rally for people that are over leveraged at this point in time. This is looking like a short squeeze rally that is occurring in the indices across the board. Wow. Grab your popcorn, because this is incredible. Everything's green on the screen now. Everything. Dollar just no bids. Let's see if we get any sort of pullback here in the QQQ market. I mean, just look at this grind higher. You know, a healthy retrace just on the hourly chart. You know, it doesn't look like we're going to get one, but we should get one. This is where you just have to stay cool, calm, collected. I mean, it is a squeeze mode right now. Markets are squeezing. But even a minimal retrace takes you back to this impulse green candle. But what a rip. SPY is trying to push back up again. So now you have a big discrepancy. The 2-year yield and the 10-year yield, watching for that inversion of the long end yields to uninvert. If that 10-year yield flips the 2-year yield, equities better watch out. Markets are continuing to grind here. Higher and higher and higher. SPY new high. Apple's still gunning for the highs. The SPY is almost back to all-time highs itself. We're still seeing the markets in rally mode. S&P still climbing. The Russell's still climbing. Qs are still just trying to take out their highs. Tesla's still pushing. NVIDIA still has not taken out the highs. Qs are still ripping. Tesla's still pushing. What a massive squeeze, though. What a massive squeeze. Everything is pretty much catching a bid. Everyone's just trying to buy anything and everything at these levels. It's going to be interesting to see how this week closes the session. Qs are still at the highs. Tesla's still trying to flip back. Tesla actually went green. Still short the Qs, still short Tesla. QQQ, new high on the Qs. New high on the Qs. Apple's still squeezing. NVIDIA's seeing some more distribution and selling. The Russell's screaming up 2.64%. Qs, look at that big squeeze on the Qs there. People are just absolutely rushing into tech. And small caps, anything beta. I'm personally not chasing this long here. The risk to reward is not set up. We banked on longs on AR, XOM, NVIDIA, but I will not be chasing the longs here because as soon as you start chasing, that's when market makers rip you down, eat you up, and spit you out. But it's certainly an impressive day on Wall Street. Now, this last hour is going to be really interesting to see how we close, but we're almost at all-time highs on the QQQ chart. We are literally, actually, shit. Did we make all-time highs? Oh my God. The Qs just made a new all-time high. No way. That can't be. Let me just, oh, sorry. I was on a, yeah, we did. Holy shit. The Qs made a new all-time high there. The QQQ made a new all-time high on the indices. Can you believe that? The new all-time high is sitting at 404 on the chart. New all-time highs on the Qs. This is why you have people chasing this exuberant. My one chart shows we did, but my other chart shows we didn't. What the heck is going on here with TradingView? Two of my QQQ charts are different. That's got to be weird. Let me just adjust this. One of my QQQ charts is lying to me. Did we make new highs? No, this chart, that's so weird. My two QQQ charts on TradingView are different. That's not good. That is not a good sign. I'll need to double check highs, but my other one is not. All right, so NDX all-time highs are here. I'm just going to draw this pivot in. So we have not taken out that, but the QQQ chart did show on my other screen here. We just made a new all-time high. That's so weird, but we definitely didn't. I mean, you can see here, this chart is telling the truth now. That's so weird. That's super, super weird. Nevertheless, NVIDIA's dumping here. NVIDIA's dumping. Qs are seeing some selling. So semis are still seeing some sell-side pressure despite the indices marching higher. Russell's not seeing any pressure. Russell's just absolutely ripping. Apple's about to make a new all-time high. Still holding short Tesla, short the Qs. Again, if I have to hold this overnight, that's totally fine. I mean, the overboughtness is just worse now. Things can always get more and more overbought. That's for sure. But Qs are looking to gun for their all-time high. Very, very impressive moves. All right, Tesla's starting to come in just a little bit here. Microsoft's actually coming in too. So again, still a lot of relative weakness in NVIDIA, not making new highs with the market. Definitely a little bit of relative weakness there. But basically now what's happening is anyone that is caught over leveraged short is getting squeezed, and anyone who's caught not being long is chasing. So you have this snowball effect where so many people are chasing and so many people are getting squeezed and margin called now that it's causing this negative feedback loop to send the markets obviously in this upward trajectory.
You can describe a situation like that where if it were the beginning of a recession or something like that, then yes, that would certainly weigh heavily in that decision. Mike McKee from Bloomberg Television Radio. Let's share with you what your position behind the curve and rates to fight inflation. We saw earlier the fundamentals of our tightening cycle have not yet been felt. How will you decide?
Huge rip coming in on Tesla. Big Tesla. Tesla's actually going for pre-market. I believe that's pre-market high. There is a gap fill on Tesla sitting at around 239.60 that maybe it wants to go to. So around that 239.60 is a decent pivot zone of resistance on Tesla. It's a gap fill on the hourly chart. Russell still squeezing. Semis are still pushing. Apple's still almost at all-time highs. NVDA still has not made new highs. Oil's up 1.16. Still have Microsoft negative. That's very interesting, being the fact that the Qs are making such a rally higher and Microsoft is still negative. SPY is still pushing for new highs. QQQ is pushing for a new high of day. Let's see if we get it. We just are about to tap it. Tesla gap fill at that 239.60. Wow, what a push here on Wall Street. New highs for the Qs. Qs are now up 1.3. Russell's up 3.14. We are in squeeze mode as of now. Tesla final entry. Boom, I just added there at 239.59. Average on Tesla's 237.19. We are out of the money. Qs, I'm still holding a full position short right now. Expecting some sort of a little micro pullback at the minimum. Right now we're not getting anything. What an epic move in the indices. Stellar move. NVIDIA is still seeing some sellers. That gap on Tesla was filled. We are still continuing to rip here. So 404 is the high. We hopefully retrace to 373. It's hard to say. We need to see where this daily candle closes. I mean, we're so overbought on the daily, weekly time frames. You know, right now this is just an exuberant rally. You know, it's FOMO. This is absolute FOMO. I don't believe. No, I have two discrepancies on the Qs. One saying I did hit new all-time highs, but we didn't. All-time highs on the Qs is up here at 408.64. But it's weird, on my other screen, same platform, TradingView, I am seeing all-time highs hit. I got 404 as the high on your Webull chart. Okay, so that's so weird. So if 404 is the high, hopefully. That's so weird. So I guess, you know, what's interesting is, like, if you look here on the weekly chart of the Qs, you know, on my one, I'm literally on the same TradingView platform, and you're on Webull. You have 404 as a high. I have 408 here. You can clearly see on my screen as the high, 408.64. You know, but yeah, on my other chart, I do have 404 as the high as well. So I'm not too sure what that discrepancy is. It's making me a little bit suspect. I'm not really sure what that is. So markets are still squeezing. Tesla's coming in just a little bit here. But this is a classic example of an epic short squeeze. FOMO rally. Not being over leveraged. Tesla's starting to come in a little bit here. I do expect Tesla to go in the money. A little bit of a bearish engulfing on the 2-minute chart. Still a lot of potential squeezing that could go on here. Yields down, dollar down. VIX is still up positive on the session. Very weird. But a massive. Microsoft, even with this exuberant rally, is down as well. Surprisingly, NVIDIA hasn't popped up with the rest of the market. So, I mean, a little bit of weakness in Tesla and so on and so forth. All right, so now the Qs are just falling a little bit here, ever so slightly, Nothing crazy yet. Potential 10-minute topping tail. Russell might be pulling in from the highs as well. We'll watch it closely. All right, big drop there on NVIDIA. So NVIDIA continuing to see some sellers. Microsoft is still negative. Go figure. But NVIDIA is selling pretty hard here. But look at NVIDIA go. NVIDIA is getting wrecked. Tesla's now coming in. So are the Qs. So we'll see how much of this pullback we give. Now, at some point, there's probably going to be a bounce at one of these technical levels because of people trying to chase this. So this is where traders, right now we're going against us on the short side with Qs and Tesla, but we're so overbought that this is now a game of can you stay liquid? Can you stay solvent? A lot of people are over leveraged. A lot of people are caught short, including myself. Don't get me wrong. I have shorts in this market, and seeing the S&P and the Qs up another 1% more on the session certainly isn't boding well for my shorts right now. But it's not a matter of how the markets open. It's a matter of how they close. I wouldn't really change my tactics because, the risk to reward certainly favors. What this is I think a lot of people have been looking at the short side of this market just due to how extended we are. And I think that market makers have just ripped this market, trying to squeeze out those over-levered people. We're probably going to have margin calls tomorrow because certainly, some stocks have gone against it. Look at Microsoft selling. Just keeps getting wrecked. Down quite substantially. But definitely this is a prime example of collapsing historically. That's typically not a good sign for the market. Gold is absolutely flying to the high side. GDX up 4.64%. Wow. Pretty magnificent. Bitcoin's now coming in. NVIDIA. Imagine NVIDIA goes negative. All right, so we are seeing the markets come in here. Microsoft dumping, NVIDIA dumping now. What's going on with those big boys? What do they know? What do they know? Great job if you caught some of those longs. We're still up huge today, and we're waiting for these two short trades on NVIDIA on Tesla and the Qs to come in. I think we will come in quite sharply. Pretty sharply here. Look at the dump coming in on NVIDIA. Holy moly. What a demolishment on NVIDIA and Microsoft. They're still up on the session, but huge profits. People are unloading. Here comes Tesla. Can we go in the money on these shorts? You see, this is all about just accumulating slowly. Come on, baby. Flush this market. You just squeezed out all of that gamma to the upside. You got people to cover margin calls, brokerages, covered shorts at the pretty much all-time highs. And now I think we're ready to go a little bit lower here. Again, because the market is in exuberant mode, you're going to get bounces, people chasing FOMO because they just missed this whole rally. But I think that this could be the near-term top. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. We will see. We will certainly find out. But yields, 2-year yield down 5.2, almost uninverting with the 20-year yield and the 10-year yield. Watch for that uninversion, because that, I believe, is the biggest signal that the bond market is going to give the equity market. I do firmly believe that. So we're still just waiting on the Qs and waiting on Tesla. We'll see how much of this rally is given back by market participants.
Guys are off the $80 call swing for December 29th. Man, it's looking up huge and it's almost in the money. Remember, we have time.
Yeah, so he's gonna leave this. So Coinbase and I feel like real thing. So Coinbase they're over doubled so far. So you just move your stops up. But everything else is a swinger. I love it. It's just long. It's just long. That's it. I think it's long. Maybe short.
NVIDIA is still selling. Apple's now selling from the highs. So you still have Microsoft, one of the mega caps, red on the session. AVGO is seeing some big profit taking occurring as well. Here comes a little bit of a bounce occurring in the markets. So NVIDIA is still getting dumped on hard. Apple's coming in pretty sharply as well. We're just waiting for these shorts to basically get us back to break even or in the money. I'm still confident that we could actually see much lower price action in the market just based off of what I'm seeing internally here. Yes, yields have absolutely demolished. That was kind of an algorithmic buy pop, forcing a short squeeze, forcing a gamma environment. Negative gamma environment has been unreal.
I would say this one is more so on the pivot. Them deciding that, or the expectation that they're going to be cutting more, right? They're actually cutting just insane, bro. Like, oh my gosh. I can't. Insane moves. Wow.
Qs are now coming in, so we're almost back to in the money on our Qs and Tesla short.
That card, you can only get it back to, and you have to spend like over $100,000 a year on the card. Yeah, they just invited me to get the card. Yeah.
Let's see what type of action. Semis are still seeing some sell side pressure. Potential hourly topping tail on Apple. And we still have 40 minutes left in the session here. 40 minutes left in the session.
It's a black card. They won't even let you unless you spend the Dude, I can't even get a black card during spend. Yeah. I know. Why are they sending me this? Is it the Century on MX or is it just a different card that has black?
Q is getting a little bit of a bounce here. Same thing with the Russell. Yields are still, 2-year yields still down 5.2%. Microsoft's still selling, down now 0.5% despite the strength in the market. All right, so we are seeing some profit taking occur here in the market, watching those mega caps like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla. We're almost in the money on that short. And Qs were almost back to break even on the Qs. So again, we're seeing this rally being faded. Heavy volume at those highs. Some people calling on their Webull charts. We made new all-time highs on the Qs. Shorts and bears annihilated. For now, RW, it's not a matter how the markets open, it's a matter how they close. Obviously, we did have a gamma squeeze there to the upside to wipe out a lot of the short interest. And now that's what caused the market to rally, in my opinion. Now we're just seeing it unload. So look at this. Just like us, we're back in on our short side. And it's a matter of staying liquid in this game. Can you survive the squeezes? Because they are epic and nasty, as we just witnessed. And look at this sell. Basically we made that high, and now Teslas were in the money. Look at these reversal candles that could be forming on the hourly chart. Let me just erase that. Nice 8. That would absolutely devastate people. Tesla were in the money. QQQ were almost back to the flat side. Let's freaking go, man. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Dump it. Dump this bitch. This might be the high in the overall trend. And if you don't know what comes next, with being the fact that the 20-year today just almost uninverted the 2-year yield, that's a sign from the equity markets. I suggest you look to a Discord service that can tell you about the yield curve inversion and what that specifically means, because it typically does not mean bullish things. Tesla were in the money. Qs were flat. I'm still looking for more downside. I am seeing just heavy, relentless selling occurring in this range at this point in time. I am looking for more sell side pressure. Keep falling, Qs. Keep falling. You have Microsoft leading the charge, down now 0.79%. Tesla just went negative again. AMD back to the negative side. So it's not all sunshine and rainbows out here. We are seeing heavy profit taking occurring in the major indices right now. Look at NVIDIA dump. That was a telltale sign. Look at our QQQ. Yes! Let's go, man. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Keep selling this. Keep dumping this market. And again, remember, I'm a firm believer. Every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. We went straight up parabolic. Is that move sustainable? It absolutely is not sustainable. No, it isn't. So here we go. Qs are still selling. Look at this fall right now on the Qs. This is getting epic, this fall. Epic, I repeat, epic. Wow. What a fall from grace on the Qs. What a fall. What a fall. And we haven't even done a minimum retrace yet of that whole move. So let's see. Let's take a peek to see what we get here. Here we go. Here we go. Keep selling it. Keep selling it. Keep selling this market, baby. Keep it going. We're watching it. No one ever believes until it starts coming back the other way. And look what is happening. It's coming now in sharply. Very, very sharp. Huge fall. Look at this. Qs, Tesla were in the money on both. Come on, Tesla. I know you got more downside with Microsoft down more than Tesla, and Tesla was down over 2. Microsoft's almost down 1 full percent, and you have the Qs up 0.74. What a fall. Holy shit. If the market is going to take Microsoft's lead, the Qs have more downside. Sure, we're probably going to get a bounce as people try to pile in and chase, but look at Microsoft just getting obliterated. Microsoft is getting absolutely obliterated right now. I'm still holding a 131.0 DTE put on Google. My QQQ 393 put is certainly not going to play out today, but that's okay. You know, it is what it is. We're still in the money on both these trades. I'm tempted at trimming Tesla here, but I'm going to hold for more. I am going to hold for more because I am seeing this Microsoft. All right, QQQ getting a small bounce. QQQ getting a small bounce here. I'm going to look to potentially trim my Tesla position since it is a full. I'm actually going to put a break-even stop on Tesla at 237.19. Break-even stop on Tesla. Okay? Break-even stop is on Tesla. We'll see if we get some more downside. Meta's getting a nice big bounce. Apple's bouncing. Microsoft is bouncing. Everything is bouncing here in the Qs. Basically back to flat on the Qs. Still super, super elevated on the charts. You know, I could see the SPY pulling all the way back to 466 today. That would not shock me at all. That would not shock me at all.
I just, you know, it just break my face 10 points, but that's fine. I got 25 points twice.
All right, big bounce coming in the Qs. Same thing with Tesla, Microsoft. Everything is catching a bid as we speak. Bounce coming in. I still see more downside in this market today, believe it or not. I still see more downside. We have a break-even stop on Tesla. Yes, we do. Big bounce coming in. Big bounce. We may get stopped out of Tesla for a break-even trade. I'm still holding my QQQ short position. I'm not letting that one go. Tesla, I'm still short Tesla, still short the Qs, but big bounce coming in the indices there. It's likely a quick short covering rally. People that shorted the highs. Microsoft's still negative. Tesla's still negative. AMD's negative. Apple's up 1.17. Still holding my Tesla. Okay, now we should see another wave lower here. This should be another wave lower from here. Let's look at the 5-minute chart on the Qs. So we had that big bounce. Still holding a QQQ short and a Tesla short. Google 131 put is probably going to expire down. Come on, Qs, give it up. Give it up. NVIDIA is seeing a potentially another wave of selling. Let's see if it comes into fruition. Keep that break-even stop on Tesla. I got shaken out at the bottom. Such a beat down there, broke. Yeah. All right, Tesla, we're still holding short. We're still holding short the Qs. Let's see if we get a little bit more downside. Dollar's trying to bounce off of the lows. It is extremely oversold. So the dollar is trying to bounce. All right, markets are pushing back up on the Qs here. So it is showing some signs of strength. NVIDIA or Microsoft is trying to firm up here. All right, Tesla's about to stop us out break even. There we go. We just got stopped out break even on Tesla. I'm still holding my QQQ short. So break even on Tesla. If Tesla pushes up into this pivot zone, I will short. There's a little micro gap fill that I'm seeing around this 237.65 area, which we can look to play again on the short side. So I'm going to re-short Tesla. If we push up to that 237.65, I'll inch in again on the starter position size. But we did break even on that trade. Let's see if we can get another entry. So right at this 237.65, we will re-enter the trade. Market's right back up though. QQQ hitting resistance now. All right, I'm going to add to my... Come on, Tesla, one more little punch. All right, I'm shorting Tesla again here at 237.50. 237.50 starter position. It's a 1/4 entry on Tesla, 237.50. And then I'll add if we get up to this 238.30 area. And then basically if we get up to the highs again, around that 240 Pierce. Okay. So I'm still hanging on to my Q short slightly out of the money. Still hanging on to a new Tesla entry right at that 237.50. And now we wait to see if we get more downside. There's basically 16 minutes left in the session. 16 minutes left in the trading session. Google's still coming down. Apple's now seeing some more sellers.
Volume is coming in. That's NVDA called out $50 calls for January 19th.
Google's coming back down. Qs are still hanging near the highs. Let's see if we get a little bit of a late day profit taking. Qs are pushing up, so is Tesla. So get ready to add at that 238.30 area. 238.30, I will add to Tesla. 238.30, I will add to Tesla. Let's see if now we come down and create a little bit of a right shoulder on the Qs. Let's see if we come down. All right, I'm about to get filled on Tesla. It just tapped that. Nope, it missed it by 1 penny. I did not get filled yet. I did not get filled at that wick. It missed it by 1 penny on my fill. That's okay. We'll see if it comes back up to test it again. Yields have still collapsed to the downside. All right, I did get filled on that Tesla wick. Actually, I repeat, no, I did not. I did not get filled. I thought I did, but I did not. It would have been nice if I did, but I did not get filled on that Tesla wick. It looks as if I did, but I did not. It missed it by 1 penny. Unfortunately, that's okay though. We'll see if we come back up. So you still have Microsoft negative on the session. Apple's still selling, which I'm anticipating a potentially another little leg lower here in the markets. The Russell had a magnificent pop.
So look at IWM on the weekly time frame though, and yeah, the monthly. Like IWM has a lot of room to go up. Oh yeah, definitely. Like it came in 1% and then rallied right back up.
All right, Tesla's pushing up, so we may get filled here on the next entry. I'm still seeing Google curling over, Apple curling over, Microsoft still seeing some sellers, but holding up. NVIDIA's bouncing off of the lows.
When it gets up to 194 to the 196.3 area, it's probably going to get smacked pretty hard.
So we now have 20 minutes left in the trading session. I repeat, 20 minutes left in the trading session. XOM is ripping. XOM is ripping. Oil's flying here to the high side. We may have a head and shoulders potential on the Qs here. If we come down and break this neckline, you potentially have a... But markets are firm here. People are still buying this rally. Let's see what this would give us. Tesla just got filled at that wick up there, 238.31. I got filled at 238.31. That's our second entry on the short side. Brings me up to 237.91 average. That's a 2 force position. Still holding a short on the Qs. Bear's getting wrecked here. Yeah, read that comment. So you have the Russell up 3.34%, SPY up 1.2, Qs up 1.1, Apple up 1.2, NVIDIA up 0.9, Microsoft down 0.57, Tesla's just slightly green, AMD slightly green. So very weird to see Microsoft getting absolutely hit hard here, despite both indices or all three indices absolutely making stellar moves. So I'm paying close attention to that, because what could happen is Microsoft could be telling us that, you know, Microsoft was the mega cap company that made a new all-time high, whereas Apple didn't. So what that could be telling us is that, okay, we're getting near a potential turn here. Things are still strong. Next ad level on Tesla again is this double top. So you've now almost done a full retrace to the highs of the session on the SPY. You've actually hit the 618 on the SPY. You've done a 618 Qs. We're also at that 618 retrace now on the Qs. We are at the 618, but now you have Microsoft trying to firm up here. Champions League games are on. You have Atletico Madrid beating Lazio 1-0. You have Newcastle beating AC Milan up 1-0. You have Porto Shakhtar tied 1-1. Dortmund and PSG tied 0-0. Tesla's now coming in. Let me just fix this QQQ chart. All right, so now we're basically in the money on our trade there on Tesla. Let's see if we can get some follow through to the downside. We need the Qs to start rolling over here. But the dollar got slammed very hard today. Very, very hard. Yields got absolutely demolished, which is why the markets have rallied. But these yields falling this sharply is kind of a signal also from the bond market that something is coming. NVIDIA, big down candle in NVIDIA. Let's see if we trigger this head and shoulders. You have a left shoulder. You're forming a right shoulder. You need to pierce the neckline though. But you still have a whole host of strength trying to buy this market up. So you have NVIDIA trying to curl over. You have Bitcoin trying to curl up. Meta's trying to curl over to the downside. Apple's bouncing. Microsoft's bouncing. Tesla's trying to bounce. Google's trying to curl over to the downside. So a little bit of weakness in XLC communications. That was one of the weak sectors negative before we had this huge, huge pop to the upside. But every sector is now green on the session, up drastically. Real estate 3.7, utilities up 3.67. It's so interesting that the weak sectors were the ones that had the biggest bounce. So we have now 15 minutes left in the trading session. The Russell's making a new high, testing the high of day. Russell 2000 is testing the high of day. So it's a dash for trash with low rates. Dash for trash with low rates. Still very odd to see Microsoft negative with this epic strength in the market. The VIX is still up 1% though on the session as well. Gold is now up 2% on the session. Apple's still pushing, Nvidia's curling, Tesla's curling down, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Google are all curling down. Potential 5-minute bear flag on Google is about to trigger. Potential 5-minute bear flag on Google. So new high on Russell, no new high on SPY, no new high on Qs yet. Google going lower here. Let me check to see what Google's doing on the day. Google just went negative on the session. I repeat, Google just went negative on the session. Meta's just holding up 0.13%, almost also negative on the session. So we're still seeing this mega cap selling underneath the hood despite the markets trending higher here. It's not all sunshine and rainbows here.
What was the number I gave you last night, percentage?
I think like 27 or 24 or something like that.
Percent on Carvana? That was UPST. What was Carvana? I said 17% on UPST, by the way, not 27.
Right on that, another 12, 16% gain.
There you go. And where's Carvana?
Oh my God, it's forward.
Still just waiting on Tesla here. It is putting in some sideways chop as if it wants to move higher, but looks like it's more of a distribution pattern. Again, with Google, Meta falling, Microsoft still negative, we could see Tesla go back to the negative side. That would not shock me at all. All right, so now we have 12 minutes left in the trading session, and the big volatility move has happened. It seems like now there's just more distribution occurring at these levels. But the Russell's the outperforming indice as of now, just absolutely obliterating everything in its way. All right, so Tesla's trying to push up here. Qs are trying to push up. All right, so Qs are now coming down a little bit here. Could be a little bit of wave of selling in the last 10 minutes of price action here. Let's really see how this breaks out. Tesla's trying to push up as the Qs are trying to push up, push down. NVIDIA's getting a hard candle down, so is Google. All right, Tesla, we're now back in the money. Look at this fall coming into play. Big, big reversal. Engulfing candle, engulfing all of this bullish consolidation. So that was a distribution zone that is occurring. Come on, get a hard candle down here in the last little bit. Google again has gone negative. Microsoft has gone negative. Meta has gone negative. NVIDIA could go negative. Tesla also could go negative. So with this strength in the market, why are mega caps still selling here? That's what I'm wondering. So Qs are coming down. It's going to be an interesting wrap up today in the market session with my members. Lots to touch base on as we unravel this epic move. There's a lot to discuss with yields, what this collapse in the yields mean truly for the market. Is the bond market telling us something? Are we listening? What's next to come? Why are some mega caps like Microsoft, Google, Meta still negative in a very strong tape? That's what I'm wondering. Big bounce though in the Qs there. Sorry, that's my dog howling, my husky. All right, so my expectations here with the market is trying to finish strong here. I'm going to hold my QQQ short overnight, my Tesla short overnight as well. There's still maneuverability in the Tesla position. My Google put is going to be expiring. Basically, we took it at 132.20. We're basically just slightly down on that put position. We could go break even. Definitely losing on my QQQ lotto play as well as my IWM lotto play. But needless to say, this was a pretty good day for us. We banked quite a few winners. So congratulations. But I will be holding my Q and Tesla short overnight, just FYI. Okay?
The $48 calls I called out a couple hours ago, they're up 935%. Anybody swing a check though?
So we have 4 minutes left till the market close, and the indices are finishing green right now. Tesla managed to go from red to green. Microsoft turned red, down 0.35%. NVDA definitely fell off from the highs. Big push coming in here on Tesla. 3 minutes left till the close. To sum things up, it's been a stellar day for the markets with that big drop in yields. 2-year yield down 5.94%, 10-year yield down 4.21%, closing the distance between the inversion spread. Lots to discuss there. The 20-year yield down 3.28%. Huge drops in the yield market. The soft landing narrative is set to be pumped. And we are seeing Bitcoin trying to recapture 43,000, but finding some resistance there. Microsoft's trying to go late or go green late into the close here with a final squeeze to the upside. They may close it positive, but definitely interesting to see Microsoft under pressure despite the strength in the market. NVIDIA did not take out its highs during the intraday price action, despite the Qs setting new highs and the SPY setting new highs as well. Getting more overbought. Let's flip to X chart so we can see what we're dealing with here. Take a look at that extension move. Magnificent move. Magnificent move to the upside. Two minutes left till the close, and you can see we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 weeks up in a row. Just shy of basic. Paying close attention to that. They're going to try to close Microsoft green. Big push on the Qs there. Big push late into the session. Tesla's still continuing to climb here. Qs are still pushing up. S&P is almost closing at the highs. The Russell did close near the highs. So stellar performance. This is going to be a lot to digest by market participants. What this means moving forward, can the indices keep their upward trajectory and keep increasing like they have been? Time will certainly tell, but lots to discuss with my members. Thank you all for tuning in the stream. Excellent trading today in the morning session. A little bit of the afternoon pump went against us, but that's okay. We are insulated by a great deal amount of profits. So on that note, I'm going to bid you farewell. If you're one of my members, definitely